The most consistent DayZ streamer. Well, I'm about to F off for 2 weeks. I've been fairly consistent for 10 plus years. That's fairly true, yeah. This year's slightly more time off than most years, but it's a rarity. I hope you're all good, guys. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're well. Thanks for coming in. Another day, another ultimate disappointment in the quest for the Scar, no doubt, but we shall see. Cheers for coming in, peeps. Hope you're all good. On Twitch, we've got Danimal, Pano, Swift, Chevy, Peen, Ball, Bond, hello, Two-Legged, Piff Path, Danger, Prometheus, Don't Shoot, and Scottish Swiss Flag, hello. On YouTube, we've got Bill, Mundy, Greg Hat, Allison, Vilpalm, Oryx, Prof, Aragon, Rabbit Elite, Magoo, Ian Murray, Ephraim, Mosaic K, Rabbit Elite, did we say that one? I don't know. Texas Tippin', Rick BK, John Bell, other names. There's other names too. Hello everybody, hope you're all good. Right. Oh nice, a good spawn. We done got a good spawn. We done got Cherno. Right. Looks like it's going to be... It's just going light actually, it's just getting light, that's good. Right, hello everyone. So today begins another day, another quest. Another impossible... Should we just quickly see if the convoy's there? I was going to go... There's a convoy spawn at Balota. Rather than run to Cherno and try and get some basic loot, maybe we should just see if the convoy's right over the hill here. Wandering the streets of Tokyo, about to go to Izakaya and hopefully not black out this time. I don't know what Izakaya is, but that sounds good. I'm well gelled, dude. I'd like to go to Tokyo. NZK, thank you for the membership. That's really cool. Thank you for choosing to subscribe, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. How am I today? I'm good. I've had my hair cut. Which I'm feeling good about because it's a bit hot, right? So having less hair is good. I only had it cut just before I went to Prague, so I'm feeling like a rich man. I paid £21 to get my hair cut, which I think is a bit steep. But anyway, paid my £21, got my hair cut. 3.5 weeks later, getting it cut again. I feel like a rich man. Going to the dentist, teeth out. I'd keep them in. Yeah, I wanted to start early today. It's hot because of I've done my weights and push-ups and whatnot like normal. I've only done a shorter walk so I can get my hair cut, and I want to watch the France-Morocco game. Yeah, there's another convoy up behind, up over that way. We could go and check after. So we might as well do that. We'll start with the two convoys rather than going into... Oh, I think there's a convoy there. There's a vehicle there, but there is normally a Humvee, so... I don't know. Let's see. Better start shadow play in case exciting things occur. Vlad, well, I get... I always have it shaved on the back and side, so I always have one on the back and sides, winter or summer. So I always have it short. Number one on the back and sides is very short, but on the top I like to leave a little bit so it doesn't fall out and not grow back, you know. What do they do? Cut them one at a time? Yeah. Oh, I thought the convoy was there. It's just the regular Humvee. That sucks. Oh, well. Hi Dirty Harry, you right dude? So yeah, I'm a little earlier today than I've been lately. I've been streaming starting after 2, but the Morocco game in the UK, the France-Morocco game starts at 9 PM. So my plan is to stream right up until then and then stop and go and watch that game with my Moroccan shirt on. I don't own a Moroccan shirt, but I'll definitely be rooting for Morocco. I think someone's going to have to beat France before the final, because if they get to the final, they're going to win it. Day's been alright. Weights and the push-ups felt pretty good. I did my joint equal amount. Like, the most I've done in one go thus far is 35, which I did today. So I do 3 sets. I did 35, 30, and I think 28. So I'm kind of about as good as I've done on it. I'm gradually getting better at the push-ups, very slowly, you know. But yeah, it's doing alright. suppose we can put that in there as well. Do I have anything planned for my birthday? Well, I'm obviously with Miss Portland. I think we'll get... We've got stuff to do after that, so we're going to like a family event and things the day after my birthday. She's off and we're travelling. But on my actual birthday, I think we'll go out for a meal or something. But we go the weekend before. We're going to Seattle, so I think the sort of Seattle trip is kind of partly for my birthday, if that makes sense, you know. So we're going to Seattle. We're seeing a Mariners game and stuff. That's the weekend before my birthday, and then on my actual birthday, she's got to work some. She has not got enough holiday left, so we'll probably get. I think they'll probably get some kind of Mexican breakfast like chilaquiles, and then we'll go out for dinner somewhere, I would guess. Do you know what, Scissor? I actually had a dream that I was going bald the other day. I had a dream that I didn't realise, and I checked the top of my head, and it was really, really thin, and I just not realised, and it was practically gone. But thankfully, and I've got receding. I'm receded. I've been receding since I was about 21, but it's kind of stopped. I don't think I'm going to lose my hair. I think it's going grey. It's going grey quicker than I'd like, but it's yeah. I think I'm not going to lose my hair. I don't think. Right. Game is slightly louder in the loud bits. I'm just going to turn the game audio down just a smidge. Right. That might balance things out. The game, as I'm punching these zombies, the game for you guys is a bit louder than my voice, which I've been still tweaking with since I've got the new PC. Obviously, I'm still been tweaking it since then. You know, like. You shave your hair every week, number 0. Is number 0 a number? Smokey, yeah, congrats on getting through. I did watch the game. Obviously, as a neutral, I found it entirely dull, if I'm honest, but I can see why it was exciting if you're Swiss, you know. Congratulations on making it to the semis. I hope you beat Argentina. I really do. So does most of the world. I don't dislike Argentina, but I just don't want them to get through. I want England to play Switzerland should they get through, not Argentina, you know. But yeah, good luck. Hope you get through. I've not had a crash, touch wood, since the new PC, Leroy, so I think the crashes were my old CPU. I had a 13900K. I was hoping it was something else, but I'm pretty sure the crashes were the CPU. I haven't RMA'd the CPU yet, but I need to, because apparently they give out... Intel extended the warranties on it because they were known issues, so I should be able to get some money back or get a new CPU that I can sell. I hope so, Jinsler. I agree. If we can... The thing is, if Norway play like they did against Brazil, they might beat us, you know, so both Norway fans can say we beat Brazil. If we play like that, we'll probably win. And I think equally England fans can say the way we played against Mexico, if we recreate that, we'll beat them, you know. I think it's a tough game, but England should be able to win it, but there's no guarantees. Hope you're good, by the way, dude. Alright, let's just check the cars over this way. Finding a bit of food is no bad thing. It wasn't just the crashes. Like, I would get micro stutters or like half-a-second freezes while playing, and they were happening all the time, and it was really really disconcerting to the point where I actually thought it was the game DayZ and not my PC. It was like so regular, and once in a blue moon, those micro stutters would turn into a complete crash. Yeah, me too, AG. I think it should be a good game. It should be good. I agree with you. I think it should be a good game. Morocco are a good team. They've got some exciting players. Jan Diamond, he could Just imagine if Jan Diamond is man of the match and scores loads, and then he wants to go to PSG afterwards. You know, he's got his heart set on a move to PSG. He could be public enemy #1 if he knocks them out today. I know his name's not really Jan Diamond, but it sounds like an old TV presenter off the telly, so that's why I say it. I know it's not that before someone starts correcting me. Oh God, no, you're right. He doesn't play for Morocco. He's Ivory Coast. Oh, right, Jan Diamond's not playing. Bummer. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. I do mix up Morocco and the Ivory Coast easy. Morocco have got the other dude that Liverpool have been linked with buying as well. I forget his name. Begins with H, maybe. There's a few. They've got a few good players though. But yeah, you're right. He is Ivory Coast. Cote d'Ivoire. So yeah, no danger of that happening. Is it coming home? I really hope so, but I ain't counting any chickens. I think we're capable of winning the quarter and the semi, and then in the final, who knows? But we're capable of doing it, but it doesn't mean we will. We need everyone to play well, and we could really do with Reece James being fit as well. Oh, there's me thinking I could just cut through the building. I thought I could take a shortcut through the fuck me dead. Not really, Dirty Harry. No, not really. I haven't. But yeah, no, I haven't. There was some things I very much liked from Watches and Wonders, and yeah. No, I haven't. It's the quick answer. Right, let's go and check the other convoy. We did get some food. We've still not been to a well. Not got a knife. Maybe we could check these garages behind here for a melee weapon or a knife, but I just want to do the convoy spawn fairly sharpish, to be honest. And there is a... Oh, let's do that. There's a well over that way as well. We can do that after. Well. As a Chelsea fan, Reece James won't be back for another 5 to 10 months. No, that's when he's next back for Chelsea after he's played for England a couple of times while injured. I must admit, I'm not fussed if James plays. I don't think he's good. I think he's better than Kwanzaa, who's not even allowed to play. I presume we're going to have to play Jed Spence at right back, and I don't even think he's fully fit. If England win whenever they're at the fucking end of it, well, whoever wins, and obviously, I probably won't talk about it all the time. To be fair, I'm not that bad, but it'll be the most exciting thing for me to see in sport as long as I live. That'll be amazing. But I don't know, whoever wins, you're going to hear about it a lot. But if you're if Argentina wins and you're not watching Argentinian streamers, I guess you probably won't hear about it so much. For 30 minutes, Rice played right back. He did play better. I think they looked better with Rice at right back. Yeah, they did. But that was he went there instead of Spence, didn't he, in the game before, from memory? But you can't play him there for the whole game. He needs to play in the centre. I know Chernarus better than I know anywhere else in the real world, David. Yeah, for sure. "20,000 steps in 32 Celsius. Yeah, that don't sound fun, Jamie. I had my haircut today, so I probably haven't even done 5 today. I've done my weights and push-ups, but I had to get my hair cut and I wanted to start the stream early, so I couldn't do the full walk today, which is a rarity. I don't often skip them, but, well, or do half of one. I don't even know how many steps I've done. Not many. Why is that not working? Yeah, 4,800 I've done, just, well, 4,796. It's not... I probably have time to fit in another little walk after the stream later, perhaps, but... Will I play GTA 6? Not on console, no. Does anyone know where Rice always pulls his... apparently, the shorts pulling up thing is something to do... I could be wrong, but I believe the shorts pulling up thing is partly to do with set pieces and corners. Depending on what leg he pulls up, it's assigned to the players, I believe.
Football talk already. I didn't come here for football talk. It's boring. I came here for DayZ talk. Papa HD TRMZ love.
Thank you, Donk. Thanks for sharing. Carrying on the theme of yesterday. I don't think there is a convoy here, but the convoy spawns at the top of the hill. I'm just going to go and have a look. It 100% is. I was fortunate enough to play at half sensible level and had England schoolboy trials. That sort of thing gets discussed and sorted in training. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's to do with that. Anorak, you want detailed descriptions of the game again, do you? I can't remember the voice I used for that yesterday. I used like a train spotting type voice, I think. When I say train spotting, I don't mean the Scottish film with heroin guys. I mean train spotting as in like bit nerdy slash geeky slash like what you like nonetheless. Will DayZ as we know it be dead after Badlands releases? How? No it won't. What kind of stupid question is that? Sorry AG, I couldn't resist. No map has caused anything to die. A new map, a new DLC map brings a load of new players back. If it's good, it brings those players back and they stay. If it's not so good, it brings players back, they try it for a while and then they fuck off. But most of the core player base will still be the core player base, won't they? Tim McLaggin. What? I don't speak your cool speak. What does FOMA mean? FOMA. What's FOMA? You need to talk to me like I'm an old man. I might understand. Choose life. Yeah. It is hot today, Azad. It is hot. Cheers for the resub, Donk. Thank you. I'm skipping the well, but I think it'll be alright. Ah, that's what they are, is it? FOMO. That's people that are obsessed with trains. Interesting. I didn't know that. See, I always learn in Tim McLaggin. Yeah, not fear of missing out, not FOMO, FOMA. F-O-A-M-E-E. Sorry, I got it wrong. F-O-A-M-E-R. Is Badlands not DayZ 2? No, Badlands is a DLC map, AG. So it's basically like Frostline was Sakal. Badlands is Nasdara.
From USA. It's Lee26 LOVE anyways in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Leals. I think that was take this in the meantime. In the meantime. Take this in the meantime. Oh, have I got 9mm? No, I've got ACPs. Right. In 20 minutes or so, I've got to go AFK to put the washing on the line. I've got my t-shirts in the wash that I'm going to... Well, the remaining wash. I've only about 6 t-shirts, but I've got them in the wash and I need to get them on the line ready to go, like get them all ironed and, well, I say steamed, to get them steamed, ready for going to Portland next week. So I've set myself a little alarm. When my alarm goes off, don't let me forget that's what it's for, okay? I've got it going off at 2 p.m. and I could easily forget what the alarm's for because I'm dumb like that. Is the sky limited to Badlands? Apparently the desert one's going to be on Badlands and the black one's going to be on Sakal. But all the community servers will be able to put it wherever they want as well. I demonetised, hope you're good. If I had a knife, I could have a... Mind you, I don't need that, do I? I don't need that, and I don't need the stuff to make rope. Just keep a bit. I'm happy enough with the combat bag's good. What used to be called the tortilla, it's a good bag. It's a good bag, is that, dear? I should charge you for that bag. Nice. We've got a D-ringer. Got a D-ringer with bullets. 2 bullets loaded, cocked and ready. If you could ask for one new weapon in DayZ, what would it be? It would be a blaze with a running man skin. Anorak, honestly, I don't think we're that far. I don't really feel like we need another gun. If it was going to be anything, it would be something non-lethal, like a tranquilizer gun or something like that. Failing that, it would have to be something that's bolt action, incredibly rare, and a one-hit kill. I don't know. Something like an intervention that will one-tap people, but you can only find it comes with 3 bullets and that's it. Like, maybe, but I don't think the game needs that many more guns, really. A taser would work okay. Taser or a tranquilizer gun or something like that. I don't really want, personally, I don't really want bows that you make yourself, but an actual bow would be good, like a compound bow or something. That would be kind of fun. I don't really want the crafted ones because I don't think they were very good anyway, personally, but I know lots of people do want them, but a bow that you can loot would be fun. John, I always put the map in the title of the stream, dude. Every day, it's always the map I'm playing on will always be in the title of the stream. A slingshot, fuck me dead. Oh. As if that can't go on my shoulder. It's Leals. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you for the resub. You want Windstride's booby tassels? I came up with it, like, this on the subject of in-game items. I was thinking earlier, while I was on my shorter walk, right, I wanted the tattoo I want to get. I messaged Joe about it the other day. Obviously, I raided Joe on the stream yesterday. He's a very, very talented tattoo artist, and he's probably going to do a tattoo. I don't have one at all, but
good day. Hope you and the family are happy and well.
He's probably going to do one. Intox, thank you very, very much. I hope you and yours are good too. Thank you for the resub, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the tattoo I'm going to get is of a couple of poker chips, probably 2, just sort of side by side, one slightly on top of the other, one red, one black, and then the middle of the poker chips is going to be my logo, my YouTube logo, or Twitch logo, whatever, the little Running Man logo, right? And obviously I used to be an addicted gambler. I gave up gambling by starting my YouTube channel, so it's kind of quite a good meaning. It's like how I overcame something, and it's a nice. It's like most people's first tattoo. There's a bit of thought gone into it, and I think it could be really, really cool. But anyway, it occurred to me that if I ever had my own surfer, I could put those, like, we could put those poker chips in the game, and like, or you could have a quest where you end up with a poker chip, and then you can trade that for like a stamina suit or an exoskeleton or something like that. That would be kind of fun. I quite like that idea. Like a quest to you have to get 5 poker chips from 5 different things or whatever. A bit like the Zero keycard quest, but at each one you get a poker chip, and then you have to get the 5 different colours or whatever, and then you can trade them in for an exoskeleton that gives you no stamina. That no stamina loss. That would be kind of fun. I quite like that idea. What's my favourite town in Chernarus? My favourite place in Chernarus is just south of Bereziki fishing village along the coast.
Good luck to England in the World Cup.
I don't know what my favourite town is. It's quite tricky to really decide. Maybe Zelenogorsk, but I don't really like PvPing there. I really like the Novi and Stary Sobor a lot. I like both of those a lot. Novi, if you're just running into it from the east as the sun's setting to the west, it looks absolutely amazing. With the sun setting behind the church, it looks great. Opens a secret bunker when you feed the chips in, yeah. And in the secret bunker is where you get the... I was thinking, like, not that I want to have my own server, but if I had my own server, if there was going to be poker chips, I wouldn't want them to be going to a trader base or something, because I don't like trader bases, right? But I was like, well, what if the poker chips was the thing that bought you a secret item or an end game thing? And I was like, well, what's the end game item that actually seems cool? And obviously for me, no stamina is the thing. So I think the perfect end game quest for me was the one on Anastara, right, where you get the exoskeleton that takes your stamina away. That's like my wet dream of stamina, right? Like being able to carry everything you can carry and still having stamina. Like that was cool. Also doesn't make you invincible because you can't tank shots or anything. You know, it gives you a benefit, but not so massive that you can't be killed. Would you ever consider doing something like making your own realistic survival game? I don't have any ability to code or any technical know-how to do any of that, so no. If I'm being completely honest, it doesn't mean that the games are bad, but more often than not, if a streamer is involved with the game, it's been driven by the studio and they're wanting a marketing type environment, so that mostly it's the streamer getting involved because they have some experience in the game, but mainly as a marketing device. You know, I don't... Unless there are some people, like for example, I think Soviet Womble has got a big experience in it, a background in development and whatnot maybe, and has it, like some people might have an actual understanding of game development, but most streamers do not. Most of us are just gamers the same as everyone else, you know. Do you think Morocco could give them a good go? Well, France struggled against Paraguay, Starburst. The problem is that Paraguay played to stifle and played to hold out and played for penalties almost, you know, whereas Morocco will probably actually try to win the game. So, I don't know. I feel like it could go either way. A team that really tries to have a go at France are probably going to get beat by France, you know, like, so... I think France are going to win it like 3-1 or 4-1 or something like that, because I think if Morocco actually try to play, France are better. Emperor, they had a drive to raise money for the servers a few months back, and before I'd even been able to go and check it out after the stream, they'd raised the money they need, I believe. So they did the same last year around sort of March-ish, and they did the same this year, roughly the same time, but I think it's covered for the next year. Ginsler, it's so hard to say. I think when Brazil were playing Norway, I was like, I hope Norway beat them. I'd much rather play Norway than Brazil. Especially because it's in Miami and it's going to be really hot. I think if we were playing Brazil in Miami, it would be a problem. But we're playing Norway in Miami. It's the same for both of us. You know, we've both got to cope with the heat. All of the players are athletes, and they're all playing in leagues around Europe and stuff. So I'm sure they'll cope. But I think playing Brazil there could have been harder. But yeah, I feel I feel the Mexico result has given me a degree of hope because it was such a brave performance and it was against such adversity in that stadium and with all the challenges it brought. The reality is Mexico on paper ain't that good, you know. They ain't got that many good players. But it was still a really tough game to get a result in, you know. So I just hope it propels them and, like, I just really hope that the same players turn up again, you know, Bellingham and Kane in particular. There have been amazing. Like, I saw so many people before the tournament, like, literally writing the words, Bellingham is overrated, I can't believe he's not took Cole Palmer and all this stuff. And I thought Bellingham and Kane and possibly Rice, well, I've been saying it before the tournament, will either do well or not based on whether Rice, Bellingham and Kane turn up, particularly Bellingham and Kane, and that definitely has been the case, you know. Like, and if they keep playing well, they need to not get a yellow card as well. Like, if we're missing either one of those, it's going to be a big problem. And if either Bellingham or Kane get a yellow card in this game coming up, even if they get through, they won't play in the semis, which would suck. Low-key, by the time I get there, there'll only be one semi-final and then the final left, and the costs are astronomical. So I'd really like to go to a fan park and watch the final in a fan park or something, maybe in Seattle or possibly in Portland, because I think they have like screens with parks and stuff. I might try and do that. Yellow cards get wiped after the semi-final, Woolston. So traditionally, now there's an extra round, I believe they get wiped around early. So how it was in the past, you could get a yellow card in the semi-final, you could get a yellow card in the quarter-final, then get a yellow card in the semi-final, and you'd miss the final. Now, I think they get wiped at the semi-final stage. So they play a last 32, if they get a yellow card. If they get a yellow card in the last 16, they'll miss the quarter-final. Likewise, if between the 32, 16 and 8, if they get 2 yellow cards, they'll miss the next game. So I think Declan Rice, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham and one other are on yellow cards. So if they pick up a yellow card against Norway, they'll miss the next game. O'Reilly, yeah, Nick O'Reilly's the other one on a yellow. Yeah, I was thinking it was a fullback, but I couldn't remember, and it was, yeah. Yeah, Morocco are missing their best player, aren't they, as well, for this game today? Their best, I forget, it begins with S, I can't remember his name, but I think they're missing their best player, aren't they? Sabari, yeah. I don't know what's going on the subject. Sabari's just signed for Bayern Munich. Liverpool were after that Jan Diomande, right? I said his name vaguely correctly this time. A right winger, and he's obviously going to PSG, or he wants to. But now they're after Bradley Barcola, and I know he can play on the right, but doesn't Barcola mostly play on the left? I think Barcola he's playing on the left for France, isn't he? I think he normally plays on the left. He can't get in the French team because Kvaratskhelia is in there, isn't he? I think Barcola can play on the right, but usually plays left. And so, if we're looking for a replacement for Salah, and then they sign someone that's better on the left, that doesn't make an entirely load of sense. Guys, I think you're probably making some slight jokes about red cards or yellow cards and whatnot, but let's not do politics. It's better that way. So if Liverpool is like they're being quoted as it says today that PSG want 120 million for Barcola, and if they were to sign him, I don't get it. Like they've already signed that Munoz, I think, who plays. Is Munoz right or left? I can't even remember now. I think he's right. I think he might be both. I think he's right, but he plays with his right foot, I think, from memory. But yeah, I feel like Rio Ngamoa needs to be playing more. I think England would be better if they had Ngamoa coming on as a sub for the left, you know. I think Gordon played brilliant the other day, right? But if Ngamoa was coming on to take his place, I think he'd be more of a threat than Rashford, to be honest. Yeah, Ngamoa did play on the right for England, didn't he? And he did pretty well. Wolston, thank you very, very much. I hope you're right. Vilpom, it's only in short amount of games. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. It's the way the World Cup is. There's like in the old format, there was a last 16, a quarter-final, and a semi-final. So you only played 3 games. So if you're saying a yellow card in all 3 games is okay, you know, that's getting yellow carded every game. So you're playing 3 games and you're expected to not get 2 yellow cards. That's not tremendously hard to do. It's always been that way. Like, there are reasons as well, because if there's no penalty for yellow cards, as the game comes close to the end, it's a lot easier for players to just go scything around taking reckless risks. Like, if you 1-0 up and you know that a yellow card doesn't mean anything, you can scythe around the place, taking on all sorts of chances and doing all kinds of dirty tackles, because there's no repercussions. The yellow card you're going to get is kind of meaningless, you know, but if you've got to play with the spirit of fair play to avoid missing the next game, it makes a difference for the outcome of the game. It definitely is right. It's right. The reason why red cards mean you miss the next game, and a lot of people that aren't familiar with football don't like that rule. It's because near the end of the game, a red card wouldn't matter. Like, if you were holding a 1-0 lead and somebody took a shot, you could put your hand in front of it and block it with your hand, and you'd be sent off. But then if you were allowed to play in the next game, there'd be no repercussion for that. You just saved the goal. You could put your hand in front of it just outside the 18-yard box and stop it. Or you could be the last defender and the player's going past you, so you could just kick him in the back of the leg, give away a free kick and get a sending off, and it wouldn't matter because you've got no repercussions. You're missing the next 30 seconds of the game, but you're definitely going to play the next one. So the reason why there's always an impact with yellow and red cards for the next game is to make sure that they're adhered to in the game you're playing right now. It stops people kind of easily cheating the system. It's always been the way it is, and it definitely shouldn't change. The players just need to be aware of it and play accordingly, you know. Not particularly worried about the thirst situation. I could even eat the potato just to offset it for a minute. But I'm still not particularly worried. There's a well in the next town along, not very far away, so we'll be fine. Wolston, thank you again. Agent P, thank you for the follow. I would agree that the threshold for yellow cards is so low these days. It's kind of weird, isn't it, Niles? I've seen some games where I'm like, in the World Cup, I've seen some games where I'm like, fuck me, the ref is letting a lot go. Like, how did Paraguay not get anybody yellow carded the other day, for example? You know, they were dirty as hell, you know? Like, I've seen a lot of games where the ref's just letting things go, and they're not even giving fouls, never mind cards, you know? They're being kind of fairly generous in the most part. I think France were unlucky to get 7 yellow cards when Paraguay got none, but... Another convoy spawn, another shit out of luck. Ginsler, I'm not aware of anything. There is one coming out potentially. What's it? The one with the Winnebago. What's that called? Someone else. There's a survival game coming out where the idea it's open world survival, but the idea is that you don't build a base. You can get a Winnebago and make it your portable base. But it's the same old story where it's Ardum. That's Ardum. Yeah, thank you. It's a smaller indie dev team using a proprietary engine. They've recently delayed the early access release, and I think it's going to be coming out second half of this year. But they have taken on more developers, but small indie dev team, proprietary engine delays Usually smells like trouble. But we'll see. It smells like a dead matter type scenario, you know, but I hope it's not. I hope it's good. We'll see. Thoughts on the refs being from Argentina for the France-Morocco game? I honestly don't think it matters. Call me naive. There was French refs in the Argentina game the other day, wasn't there? The refs were French for the Argentina game the other day. I'm pretty certain, you know, and they were accused of favouring Argentina. You know, like there's been a lot of accusations of unfair play, and the refs were French, supposedly rooting for Argentina. I don't think it really matters. People like to call into the integrity of it, and there are some bad decisions, but humans make bad decisions sometimes. But I don't think... Oh. Still running? Oh, it's a zombie, thank God. I don't think there's any foul play at work, as in rigging. I know some people like to think there is, but I do think human error occurs and mistakes happen. Call me no Skadama, say Shaolin. Well, we'll see. I hope you're right. Do England stand a chance on Saturday? Well, the bookies have them as slight favourites to win the game, dude. So, yes, they do have a chance. Haaland is absolutely world class, and so is Harry Kane. You know, like I think England fans wouldn't swap Harry Kane for Haaland. There's no way Norway fans would swap Haaland for Harry Kane. You know, but they're both great and they're both quality players. But behind those two, England have got a slightly better team in general than Norway have. You know, Norway are very good though. They can win the game. It's not an easy game, but England have got slightly the better team overall. And England have probably got 2 world-class players, whereas Norway have got 1, you know. Odegaard on his day is quality, but he's not world-class like Jude Bellingham is, in my opinion. I'm not protective of giant corporations, man, like Bogdan. I just don't think everything's a conspiracy, dude. I've seen enough tournaments to know that surprising things happen and bad decisions happen and things go your way and things don't go your way and some teams ride their luck. I just don't think it's all a conspiracy.
Always give me some peace of mind and relaxation. Thank you.
Balkan, thank you. See, I haven't even seen that goal, man, like Bogdan, the disallowed goal with the VAR call, but I was listening to the radio earlier and the presenters on the radio were saying that it was a disallowed goal. You know, I'm not at all saying it was. I haven't even seen it. You know, I was streaming when it happened. I've not watched the replay, but so some people think it was. Oh shit, that came around quicker than I thought. England have had so many bad decisions over the years, Bogdan, or so many unlucky breaks. One that comes to mind immediately is the goal that wasn't allowed against Germany. Now, I think we lost the game 4-2, but Lampard scored a goal that wasn't allowed, and they had line judges on the pitch, apparently, from what I remember, you know. They'd said before the tournament there was no need for goal line technology because it was impossible for them to miss one, and then Lampard scores a legit goal and they don't allow it, you know. There's been plenty of those kind of things over the years, but never have I thought it was a conspiracy to keep England away from winning the tournament. You know? Like Messi's only won one World Cup, like the last one, and he was the player of the tournament. You know, there's no luck in it. And certainly Egypt have been very strong one or two of the players, sorry, the manager and one or two people coming out talking about it since. They've been really strong on it. Conspiracies are exhausting, but widespread sports gambling does make some conspiracies in sports more likely. I think it does, Thomas, but I think it makes it very unlikely. I don't think gambling is likely to impact the World Cup, if I'm honest, because the players are on too much money. That they're all worth too much money, unless they're being like having their kids threatened or something. Like maybe there's some player and their kids are at home at knife point or something. But how else would that work? You know, they're too rich to need the money. And also playing for their country, it actually matters, you know. Messi was crying after that game because they won, you know. He's a fucking, what is he, a billionaire, you know? He was crying after the game because he was so pleased to get through, you know. I don't think there's any of them taking any backhanders for losing a game or letting in a goal or something. Dreadnought, thank you for the 35 months. Balkanbrot, thank you too. Dude, I'm sorry to hear you're going through some bad times. Hopefully there's some better times around the corner, Balkan, dude. Yeah, my washing is ready, Pinkster. My washing is ready. I do need to go and do it, but I don't want to go AFK in the town, and I don't want to leave the server because there'll probably be a queue. It was lower when I joined because it was just coming out at night time. Just AFK at the well. It's a good idea. I see you've played DayZ before. I'm going to check the hunting shop, and then I'm going to get into the trees on the far side of town. Just go prone in a bush or something and go AFK. There was really nothing in it. Oh, that sucks. Why don't you just throw them in the dryer? I think using a dryer in July when you've got a washing line in the back garden is utterly ridiculous. I also think that, personally, I think if you put your damp clothes onto a hanger, like if you've got polo shirts or whatever, you put them onto a hanger and then dry them on the line. They dry much nicer than if you put them in a dryer anyway. And I certainly think in 30 Celsius with a little bit of breeze, that drying them on a hanger outside is much better for the clothes than putting them in a machine. If you're looking for a Mosin Prinz, you don't really find them in... You'll find the PU scope in the deer shack, the feed shacks and the deer stands and whatnot, but the Mosins, the further you go inland, the further away from the coast, you'll find them in just civilian houses. So just check houses and cars and towns. You'll find a Mosin quite easily. If you're somewhere like Starry Yar, you'll find a Mosin. Nagano, maybe, but maybe a little bit further inland, like beyond Severograd. Places like somewhere like Sinestock or Lopatino, Vavilovo, Vibor even, you know, those kind of places away. You'll normally find a Mosin more often than not. If you just loot every house, you'll find one. Right, guys, give me a sec. I'm just going to stay there. I've got to go and put the washing on the line. Won't be long. I will probably make another coffee as well, but yeah. How can drying lines be illegal? How can a washing line be illegal? That don't make no sense. Right, anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Dreadnought, thank you very much. Won't be a sec, guys.
Paul, you're the #1 DayZ streamer for a reason. Glad you decided to play this game for a living. Here's to you, the mods, and all of the people that watch you daily. You guys are awesome. Yo, England.
Right, I'm back. What? I guess it was super common thing to add to a lease and rent agreement because it was seen as a poor thing to do. So not necessarily legal. However, only in states that have a right to dry law is it expressly legal to hang your clothes to dry. What? Fuck me dead. I've never heard anything like it. So, let me get this right. Nearly every day on the internet, people tell me that I live in a country that's not free. But there are places in America where you can't dry your own clothes in your back garden or your backyard. That can't be right. Forced tumble drying. But literally every day, yesterday, I saw a message from somebody saying, as if the country that, so I read this exactly yesterday from a viewer on Twitch, or a former viewer on Twitch maybe, I don't know. I can't believe that England, the team from the country where you can get put in prison for what you put on Twitter, beat Mexico, or something along those lines. Surely you can dry your own clothes in your own property, on your own property, surely. A HOA, but yeah, surely there can't be like right to dry states or something. What does that mean? That's crazy. So a HOA is like, what, a gated community where they're all up their own arses and they want it to look really spiffing and you're simply not allowed to dry your own clothes outside. That's fucking craziness, isn't it?
What does a robot do after a one-night stand? He nuts and bolts.
That's a crazy. Dodturn, thank you very much for the support. He nuts and bolts. Blimey. Hoff, thank you for the super chat. Thanks very much for the kind words as well. Go England. I definitely agree with the last bit, especially. Thank you very much, Hoff. Appreciate it, dude. Alright, so we missed out on convoys. I am just going to quickly check just to see if maybe they're on the docks there, the convoy... Oh, there's a military train. I ran through the forest. I didn't see it. There's a military train. I'm glad we came back. That's lucky. We can't collect rainwater either. What? So it's not legal to like put like a water butt on your drain pipe so that you can water your plants in your garden. What? Fuck me dead. That's crazy. There's a lot of zombies at this. Apparently you can get the scar even at the military train. That would be good, wouldn't it? I've found guns on this truck in the past.
Don't catch streams often, but I love when I do. Keep running TRMZ.
I don't think these spawn anything, but it's worth double checking.
Some states can't sell or drink alcohol in public places on Sundays.
Well, I know about the alcohol in public thing. Like, you have to have brown bags for some things, don't you? But I know that's a bit different. Like in the UK, you can sit and drink a can of beer on the town hall steps if you want. You know, you don't need to have it in a brown bag or something. That's a good scope. That's, oh, I don't know about that though. I'm going to take that just for now, but it could kill me. The reason I'm taking it is that I might find the thumper here because it can spawn on the trains. Drum mag. Oops. Bottle into house. Not doing very well luck-wise at the moment. I'd expect to find a gun of some sort, to be honest. Two decent scopes now, marksman and an ACOG. Another ACOG. It's a tent or something in that bush. She's just given up on me. Is that a shot? Was that a shot? I almost picked up one of the buttstocks as well. I wish I had. It sounded like a shot, but it was weird. Yeah, I know there was other buttstocks. There was several. There was a polymer one. There was a couple of wooden ones. I thought I heard a shot. In order of best to worst, for recoil, the polymer is the worst for recoil, the burgundy one is the medium one, and the sort of tan wood one is the best for recoil. Zombies would have aggroed to the snap. No, it's so weird at the moment. There's all kinds of weird audio things going on. I don't trust the audio at all. Yeah, I want any of the stocks. I don't care which. Any of them will make a big difference. The recoil is way higher right now, but I want to also check the last of the cabins, the train carriages. I'm really worried I heard a shot though. I don't think it was this one. Oh, there's 8. That'll do for now. I think it's the one to my right. No, it was this one. There was a better handguard as well. Maybe there wasn't. There was. The condition might not be better, but the performance is. I was hoping I could see the town, but I don't think... Oh, there's a boat. I don't think I can see the town. Thought the polymer was the best furniture for the AK. The polymer makes it slightly more accurate at long range, which is not something I really give a shit about if I'm using an AK. But it has... these are all very small differences, but like I say, best for recoil is the light brown one. Medium sort of performance is the burgundy one, and then the worst for recoil is the polymer one. Which kind of makes sense because it's the lightest. But if you're using a scope and you're shooting it at extreme range, the polymer one gives it slightly less dispersion, but we're talking tiny, tiny amounts. So I always pick the ones that have got the lowest recoil. If you find an RAS handguard, that's lowest recoil as well. The one that allows you to put like head torches on it. Sorry, like weapon flashlights.
Stream as usual. Keep it up.
Captain Crunch, thank you very much. Monk, thank you for the super chat. Cheers both. Chris Harris, thank you. Dodd Turn, thank you as well. Nullborn, there's a command favourite server, a fave server, sorry, that some of the servers I enjoy playing on. I'm pretty sure the mods are legit on those for sure. Well, I know they are. I think it's fave with an E. Is it fish decanting time? No, we need to decant the scar. What was that noise? Well, Nullborn, like 2-3 messages above the one that you've just written is the answer. Like, thanks Redline, the mods have put it in for you, so just see the answer above.
The last of the double digits. Happy anniversary day, TRMZ love.
someone asked about the Deer Isle quest. The Holly Rex has got a video series of her doing the new Deer Isle quest. It's much more complex, but I haven't done it, so I couldn't even tell you how to do the whole thing fully because I haven't done it. It's much more complicated than it used to be. Much, much more complicated.
It's coming home.
I hope you're right. Cheers, Atty. Thank you very much. Frog, thank you as well. Oh, I suppose I ought to check it. I don't really want to deal with the Z. I'm going to need another bandage at some point. Oh, fuck me. I thought I heard a shot. Fuck's sake. I thought I heard a shot earlier. I think I did, but I just don't know. There's like sometimes you just get an impact. Obviously there I didn't hear a shot. I just got killed. I heard the snap as I died. Fuck's sake. So that's another hour and 20 minutes down the fucking shitter. Oh, fuck me dead. Where are we now? Oh, we've got the same fucking spawn available to us. I know, let's go and run the same convoys that aren't there. Fuck me dead. Please up north and then a north route. Well, I've done the northern route plenty, Shaolin. The route I just did was great, but I got an AKM drum mag, right? But fuck me. Just one sec, actually, guys. Let me. Oh, I can't. I was trying to check something. I can't do it. Oh, fuck me dead. Yeah, a northern route would be good. It's easier to get a blaze on the northern route, but there's more convoys along the way that we're going here. I don't think there's any evidence that dude stayed in one spot, Toby. I don't think so. Swiss, the stuff that I left in piles would only last 8 hours, so none of that's still in the game now. If you leave something in a bush, it only lasts 8 hours. And that's if it's a gun or a non-ruined bag, you know. If it's some bullets or something, they only last 4 hours. Fuck me dead. Have I tried pho? Yeah, I have. I think I prefer ramen of the two. I've not had loads, but ramen is not gluten free, whereas pho usually is, because pho's usually rice noodles, right? But ramen is fucking amazing. We had ramen in Geneva. It was orgasmic. Also, I've got a picture on my phone of Miss Portland. They give you bibs when you have ramen, and she's just putting her bib on. She looks right fucking cute in the picture as well. I got, it was like belly pork, I think, but it was like really nice pork in a spicy ramen broth, and it was absolutely fucking orgasmic. Firmis, I don't think if there was a shot, there's no way to know where they came from because there was no bullet snap. There was just the sound. It sounded like there was something landing on gravel when I was at the train. It was very strange, but... Tonkotsu, that might be what it was, Felix. I can't remember. Miss Portland directed me towards the spicy one with the extra meat because I'm an extra meat kind of guy, you know. It was really good, though. We're definitely going to be going for ramen at some point while we're around Portland or whatnot, you know. It's great. Possibly on my birthday, in fact. Captain Crunch, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, that death sucks. Another start begins. It is annoying. I could go to Zelenogorsk. I might go a different way, but I've just, like... If I don't, I'm going to be running the same convoys, hoping one spawned. But one might have spawned, so... Like, it's been an hour since I started, obviously, more than. Like, I'd be stupid not to check the convoy spawns in case one's popped in. But it means running the exact same loot route that I just fucking did, you know? It's annoying. Yay. What's my DPI? I have it set to 850 in the Corsair software, which is a little high, but then I have it set very low in the game. It's down to 8 in the game, so I have it higher than I would use it on my PC. And now I'm moving. Like, this is me moving. I've got my hands aren't touching the keyboard, and my hands aren't touching the mouse. I'm not pressing a thing. Fuck me dead. Oh, fuck's sake. The desync that happens when you spawn in now is annoying. I think that's an understatement. Oh, fuck off. Fuck me dead. There's going to be no videos for the next 3 weeks because I'm not getting any footage, so there'll be no videos. No videos for you. Sorry. He's still spewing. Time to lock in, Paul. Rebuild. Releasing the tension after a death is all part of it, dude. It's no different. There's a thing there. It's no different than how anyone else plays. If somebody else plays not streaming and they respawn, the first 15-20 minutes after starting again, they're going to be annoyed and it's going to be running through their head. That's just how it is. That's the game, isn't it? Talking about it is kind of helping to let it out. Put it there. People like it when I put it there. There also isn't a great deal to lock into right now, you know. So cookie buzz on me. Drink it at the well. setting the bear trap so some poor fucker breaks their leg. Perfect, you know. It'll probably be me in an hour. Then we want vlogs from the USA. Vlogs from the USA, eh? Blimey. Well, I will try and post fairly regularly onto Insta if I can, yeah. Like, different things. You know, certainly maybe from the Mariners game, I'll try and post a little video or a picture or something. Yeah, probably a picture. NZK, thank you for the super chat. Am I the only individual on world's population who doesn't know how to reply to a live chat comment? I thought you could just click on it and hit reply, but I don't know. I've not done it on YouTube. You can do it on Twitch. Am I into footy? Snufkin, yes, massively so. Do I think it's coming home? No, but I think England have half a chance. I think most of the teams in it have half a chance. You know, I don't think, to be fair, sorry Switzerland, I don't think Switzerland have a chance to win it, but I think most of the other teams could win it. Even Morocco, but I think France will probably beat them fairly easily, but they still have a chance. That death fucking sucks. I almost skipped the base. When I thought I heard that shot on the way down, I was like, what the fuck is that sound? I nearly skipped it and moved on. I wish I had done, obviously, now, but easier said than done. Something that is really, really tedious about this patch is the lack of any stab vests in the spawn areas. They just don't exist. They don't spawn in tier 1, so you can't survive a shot. Like when you go to a military base, you're never going to have a stab vest because they don't exist until you get to at least tier 2 or 3. And so it makes the chances of dying at the first base you go to way higher because there's no way to get any ballistic protection. Need Big Dan Burn to dominate Haaland. I could see the sense in that. I can see the sense in Haaland, like putting someone up against Haaland. I've got to be honest, if we're relying on the centre-backs to stop Haaland at the point of him being on the ball, we're in problems, you know. He might help from corners and such like, perhaps, but I think it's much more important to hold the ball and stop the people getting the ball into Haaland than it is to try and stop Haaland, because no matter what, Haaland's going to get 2 or 3 chances. So, from what I understand it, B-Trip, in 128, the devs... This was from... I was talking to someone last night. From what I understand it, in 128 Experimental, the devs trialled a hardcore loot economy, and they're using that loot economy right now. And I've got to be honest, it's bullshit. It's not hardcore. It makes no sense, you know. Like there's a barn near Tatissy military base where I've been 3 times in the last week. One day it had a repeater in it, and the next 2 times it had double-barrel shotguns. Different ones. They were different ones, because I moved one of them. You know, if you're getting double-barrel shotguns in Tier 4 and repeaters, what the fuck are you getting in Tier 1, you know? The loot is all over the place. Like, you don't seem to find SKSs. You can't find AK-74s. You're basically reliant on luck at convoy spawns and helicopter crash sites and trains. Like, I just got that AKM. That's an incredible find. But in the military base where I was, probably would be lucky if we got a Vega, you know. The loot is all shit. It's intended, Kempers, and it's terrible. It's like my first CLE or something, and I know that's harsh, but if you want to make the game harder, don't just put all of the fucking... Don't put the stab vests away from the coast. That doesn't make the game harder. Well, it makes you more likely to die to a bullet, but it basically feels like this. Play for 3 hours and take your time, go to all of the outlying places, and if you're lucky you might have a CR527 with 1 bullet, or maybe a BK18 and some bullets or whatever, and a shotgun, and no vest, and then you've got to go to a military base where somebody is shooting at you that got lucky at a heli crash site or a convoy or whatever, you know. So you can take your time to go to a military base, and you go there with a shit loadout and you can get 1 tap, Or you can rush to the melee base and just speed that up and maybe get one tap, but at least you did it quicker. I found an SKS at a convoy yesterday. Well, that's the thing. The SKS only spawns on convoys on this particular build. Like, how does that make it good? You know, like you travel 2 hours to a military base and the SKS isn't there. You know, you can't get one. You have to get one from a convoy. It makes no sense. It's not. I guess if you want to make the game harder, to me, you work on PvE. You make the food a little bit more of a challenge. You make hunting more of a thing. Make fishing more of a thing. What you don't do is make it so that 3 or 4 hours down the line, all you've got is a BK-18 and a shotgun. You know, like that doesn't make it. It's not fun. It doesn't make any sense. And like not having stab vests or press vests commonly found, not being able to get stab vests on police stations in a spawn zone. It just, I don't get it. Like the map is big, but making the loot not spawn makes the map feel big for no reason, you know. Like, and I do like the game to be hardcore. I like the game to be a challenge, but I guess I want the survival to be a challenge. I don't want to be one-tapped by everyone I ever bump into because there's no stab vests anywhere. It just doesn't. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I don't mind them making the game harder, but in ways that feel compelling and exciting, not punitive and time-consuming. And other people would disagree. Strangely, though, the reason I'm playing Experimental still is that it's kind of sadistically fun to keep trying to find the scar. You know, I'm so in deep trying to find the scar now that I'm going to keep going. You know, like a gambler chasing losses as such. Thankfully, I'm not spending any money, you know, but I've enjoyed the challenge of it. I've enjoyed the trying to get to convoys and helis and the airfield and checking the pallets and whatnot. It's been fun to quest for the thing. It's been fun to do a quest that doesn't end with stupid aliens or like some impossible fucking PvE mission that you can't do solo or whatever, you know. This is just a simple one of, am I going to get lucky while I'm crusading around looking for convoys and helis and get the gun, or am I not? You know, like I actually quite like it. It feels more like DayZ. But the loot economy is dog shit. This is a terrible version of the central loot economy. It is way worse than official normally is. I quite like official. They can make official harder in ways, but don't make it like this. Like, why is a repeater spawning in tier 4 in a barn, you know? A repeater should be in fucking electro, you know? Make the basic guns, make the kind of the repeater should be a good gun in electro, right? And then you want new spawns fighting each other if they're gonna fight with basic pistols, and maybe the best gun is a repeater or a BK-18, like that kind of thing, you know? You need... That's fun, you know, but having to travel 3 hours to find a repeater, how's that fucking fun, you know? Like, it's the shit gun, you know? Why am I finding it near Tissy? Come on. I don't mind changing the meta when it comes to loot runs, but I kind of agree, B-Trip, but it depends in what way the meta is changed, you know? If it's just luck of the draw of going to convoy spawns, and there's a 1 in 5 chance, I'm making this stat up, but there's a 1 in 5 chance that there's a convoy there. And if there is a convoy, there's then a 1 in 3 chance you actually get a gun that's worth having, you know. So you could go to all the convoy spawns and you've just had no luck, right? Somebody else could do the same route an hour later than you and see 2 convoys and get a DMR and an AKM, you know, or a DMR and a whatever, SCAR. So that seems too RNG to me. It seems all about luck. It doesn't seem to be about learning the map and learning where the hunting loot spawns and going to hunting stands and going to out of the way summer camps and taking your time, going to castles and going to the areas. If you want to slow play, you should be rewarded by learning the map and going to places. It shouldn't just be, this map is huge but there's fuck all anywhere, just get lucky at heli sites or your bollocks, you know. That seems kind of stupid. Macy, thank you very much. But they are only testing it. It's exactly what Experimental's for. So testing it is fun. And as much as I'm being negative about the loot economy, I've still enjoyed playing it. That's why I'm doing it today. I don't have to, you know. It's been fun to play that challenge. But it's... not a I hope to fuck they don't have ideas about putting this in the regular game, because it will fucking ruin it, you know. It's still been fun, perversely. Oh my fucking god. And this bug, this like desync bug, Jesus fucking wept. Come on. When is that going away? Wow. And someone has been saying about barns, that's the best gun I found in a barn as yet. That's very good. I found a CR527 in a barn yesterday. When I died at that convoy, I found one in a barn and I had one bullet for it. And I think I hit the shot as well, but I still died. Alright, let's drop that. There's no point having that because that's actually more powerful and I've got bullets for it anyway. My wife put Tetley in the same container as Yorkshire Gold. Is this legal grounds for divorce in the UK? I want to say yes, but no, I don't think so. None of. It's still been fun coming from a guy who chooses genital torture as an alternative to almost every scenario he frowns upon. Yes, fictitious genital torture. Yeah. Hi everyone, silly question, but is there a limit on how many scars can be in one server? If a base has 10 stash, will it stop them from spawning in convoys? It shouldn't do, Andy, no. Most guns that spawn on convoys and helicopter crash sites are counted differently so that they will still spawn on helicopter crash sites and the like. So it shouldn't do, no. You should still be able to find one at a convoy. You might not, because there's luck involved.
But it's still jamming even in worn state. Pretty disappointed that this patch hasn't addressed this issue.
Well, all guns have a chance to jam in a worn state, Toller, but there is something wrong with the M4. It seems to jam way more. If it's chambered, then its chances of jamming are very high, but with the mag, it should be the same as any other gun, but it doesn't feel like it is, you know. Cheers, Tolarks. Thank you for the support. Paddy, thank you as well. Macy before that, thank you too. Oh my god. Just the constant sort of rubber banding and like my character's pulling, like I'm desyncing between me and the server. And the only way to really fix it is to relog, I think. But I'm not relogging. There might be a queue. I guess maybe if I want to put my dinner on or I want to make a coffee, maybe then is the time. I don't know what I'm doing carrying that. Yeah, Tolax, there is, like, every gun can jam. Even a pristine gun with a pristine mag has a chance to jam. A pristine M4 with no mag has a higher chance to jam. When it's chambered and no magazine, it's got a much higher chance to jam, even if it's pristine. But there is a... don't ask me why, but there is a random small chance for a gun to jam, even if the mag and the gun is pristine. You'll see it most with pistols, like a chambered pistol that's pristine still jams. So I've already done this loot route once before, but I kind of got to do it again, I think. And just hope that the convoy spawned in behind me. Or in front of me now, but behind me on the route I was doing before. There isn't one here. Funny enough, we've just been talking about DayZ for a while, Knobgob, but you brought up football, so now it'll probably start talking about football. So in fact, you're the catalyst for the football talk. You can get good weapons outside of gas zones, Curse. You can, like, for example, if you're playing regular official right now, you can get DMRs at helicopter crash sites and convoy spawns, and the DMR is the best gun in the game. But there are a couple of guns that only spawn in the gas zone if you're playing official. I think the Org AX, the M4 and possibly the SVD spawn in gas zones only on official, but they've changed it a few times and I keep forgetting which ones are which. But I don't do the gas zone things, you don't need to. It's all good, Knobgobbler, no worries dude, yeah, it's all fine. My favourite gun is the Blaze Arctics, but it's not the best gun, it's just the one I don't always use it either, but my favourite gun, if I had to pick one, it would be that, yeah. I'm totally new, greetings from Germany. The question is, does the loot respawn? How does the spawn system work? Basically, the server checks itself constantly. Like every 6 seconds the server is checking itself against a maximum and minimum number of loot. This is an approximation of how it is. I'm not a developer, right? But let's just say there's meant to be 10 blazes on the server. It keeps checking to make sure there's roughly 10 blazes on the server. If it gets down to 7 blazes, it'll make sure it spawns more in. But it won't put them in where players are nearby. It will put them in somewhere away from where the player is that just picked up the blaze that's made it go down to 7. Right, so it'll put blazes in, and blazes are associated with certain spawns only. So a blaze might only spawn in tiers 3 and 4 in hunting locations or castles and the like. So the blaze is associated with hunting spawns, but only in certain parts of the map. So it will only put them in the places where the blaze can be. It might be in tier 2 as well, by the way. But so it's basically that. Like, it's the same with every item of loot. The server's checking itself all the time, whether it be a can of beans or tin of tuna or an M4. So it's constantly checking against a maximum and minimum number. When it gets to the minimum, it puts some more in. Roughly is how it works. Is it the combo of the gun magazine and round conditions that cause a jam? Just in case, the round condition has no bearing on jams, so it's definitely not that. If your gun jams, it's only as a result of the gun and the mag. The bullets make no difference. They used to, but they don't anymore. So badly damaged bullets don't have any issue at all, other than the fact that they might get ruined. They changed it because you can find little individual stacks of bullets, so you might find 2 Mosin bullets that are badly damaged. But to fix those, it's going to take half a weapon cleaning kit. So they made it so the bullets don't need to be repaired, because otherwise you could be using a Mosin and find 4 bullets in 2 separate stacks, and you have to use an entire weapon cleaning kit to make them work. No, it definitely spawns at heli sites, blind bow site, heli sites, convoys, and also the pallets near the crashed planes, the C-130s either side of the middle of the airfield, northwest. Does that include items in players' inventories? It's a little bit complicated, Stas, but in theory, not so much. It depends on the item. It's a bit complex, but a lot of things, no. Some things, potentially. I don't think the loot is like, for example, if you play on an empty server, I don't find the loot any great deal different than if you're on a full server, aside from the fact that sometimes on a full server you can be 5 minutes behind someone else that's just looted it, you know, but the loot economy seems to fill things in and you seem to do just fine. Well, around Green Mountain is very good for helicopter crash sites. Raptor, cheers for tuning in, dude. Thank you. Soldier 5, cheers for the 37. ADHG, thank you very much too. So there's binoculars there. I should think we'll find a weapon cleaning kit in here, because that seems to be what's spawning. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. I dropped the Longhorn. I think I'm going to need to relog. I am still skirting around the place. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to relog, but... How many cans of the beans are there on the server? This won't surprise you, M-Balls. I have no idea on the numbers. It's irrelevant to me whether it's meant to be 80 or whether it's meant to be 180 or whatever it is. I've no clue, but I know how to loot. If you drink contaminated water, David, you need to find the cure for contaminated water is tetracycline antibiotics or vitamins. Oh, one sec, guys. Sorry, guys. I think it was a nonsense call. Rather strangely, I've got something being delivered by DHL, so I am actually having a delivery. But I think that was a nuisance call. Someone wanting money for making a payment. Just want to double check it because otherwise I might have to ring them back and actually pay. But it sounded like a nonsense to me. Yeah, sorry, I just had to stop there in the middle of the field to answer my phone. It might be legit. I don't know, I think it's a scam. I think I'll just not bother ringing back and see. Well, that's what I'm doing, Alpha, but it's kind of hard to... Because you Google the number, and then what you get is a load... That actually did get a bit... One of the first things that came up was DHL, but I think that was because a lot of other people were querying if they really were DHL or not, you know, so... I'm not entirely 100% sure. I have got something coming that I think is coming from DHL, though, so... Let me just double... Sorry, guys, one sec. Yeah, it's DHL. It might be legit. It might be. It might not be. But anyway, we'll find out at some point down the line, probably. Two more bits of meat. I'm going to need to wash my hands as well, but I don't know how I'm going to do that. What do they want from you? They want me to. They wanted payment for something that's coming in, but I have got something being delivered to me, not from the UK, so there might be an import duty payment, but I think it's a scam. If it wasn't a scam, they would definitely ring back, wouldn't they? And they haven't rang back yet, so we'll see. I need to go back and get those fucking slugs now. I've left slugs and immediately found a fucking shotgun. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm going to have to relog. I hope the server's not got a cube. So that bit of meat I think is still in my inventory. It's not come out of the inventory. Please no cube, please no cube, please no cube, please no cube, please. Yes! Yeah, the meat was still in my inventory. Another one of those. Fucking marvellous. Okay, I've just checked one of the Who Called Me numbers and it says phone number, this number is most commonly reported as a delivery scam. So yeah, fuck that. Rope belt actually would have been a good shout. I should have made a rope belt, you are right. And then I could have put the knife on the rope belt. That would have made sense. As it is, I'm struggling because I need to make space for the knife, or I'm going to drop. I might drop the knife, to be fair. I don't need the food so much for now. I can't eat the food until I can wash my hands, is the problem. How do you send feedback on the experimental server? If you press escape and you go to the main menu, I believe the feedback tracker is one of the options. If you press it here, like, you can click feedback and it takes you to the feedback tracker. Excuse me, sorry, I just coughed right into the mic. Excuse me. Yeah, it would do that, homeless turtle, if there was people waiting, or... Yeah, it would. I know this may be harsh, but I'm instantly alerted if the accent, and this may be harsh, but it was somebody that sounded like they were from India, or that kind of area, and that may be harsh, and not always is it the case, but if you get called by someone and it sounds, and they sound like that, they're normally sitting in some call centre ripping you off, you know, they're very common. You do, like someone's just said about the YouTube content, that's kind of common, and so it does make me a little bit more wary, you know, like, but the thing is, they're quite good at it now, aren't they? They rely on you. Like, I know I've got something coming. I know it's from DHL. Somehow they've got that info, you know? So I can eat this now because I've got the hand wraps on. So I can eat some and carry the knife still. Am I sure about that? I'm sure I can eat with gloves on, yeah. You didn't used to be able to, but they did change it a good while ago. Vajahana, good night. Hope you have a good one. Aren't you afraid of getting stream sniped? There's not much I can do about it. Football, is there? You know, like, it happens. It's probably happened this week a couple of times, but what can I do? The only solution to stream sniping is not to stream, right? Like, that's kind of difficult if you're a streamer. I was the victim of wire fraud for $80,000. Holy shit, dude. They hacked my emails. I knew I was expecting to close an investment property the coming week and sent me an email pretending to be my attorney requesting the closing funds exactly like I was expecting. Sent the prick 80k, but luckily was able to get it all back, but only after the worst 2 weeks of my life. Dude, I am glad you got that back. Fuck. That just blows. That really blows. I had one with, it wasn't at all like that, but I had one with Dyson. I complained on Twitter and atted Dyson. And they didn't get me, but they were close. I had one. I tweeted Dyson about a customer service issue. Like they'd had one that was being delivered to me, and they just lost it, and I couldn't refund it because I didn't have it. They couldn't tell me when it was coming because I didn't have it, and they didn't know where it was. And I couldn't buy a new one. Like, well, I could buy a new one, but I couldn't guarantee I'd get the other one sorted. So I was just in limbo. And I tweeted Dyson, I was like, you're still selling them for delivery before Christmas. Yeah, I bought one a week ago, and you're not telling me I can have it by Christmas. How can that be right? And because it was a Christmas present, right? And I got a reply from Dyson customer service on Twitter, and it was like, please follow us. You can take it to DMs. And I did follow them, and I did DM them, and then they were like, they were going to start asking me for information. I was just like, hang on a minute. These seem too helpful. They were like, we're going to give you like money off, and we're going to do this. They seem to be offering too much too soon. So before I did anything, I just came out and clicked their name. It looked real. They had the Dyson thing, but they were just some random account, you know, just made up to bot all of the people complaining at Dyson to try and catch the odd one. And it just looked real, and I was so annoyed about the situation I was in, I was wanting to talk to someone about it. So when someone said, yeah, it was easily done. I didn't get very far at all, thankfully, because I was like, hang on a minute, that seems too good to be true. Probably is, isn't it? What is your favourite team for the World Cup? Favourite is hard. Like, favourite, I don't know. Cape Verde in terms of what they did from where they're from, but I think the best team is France. My favourite are obviously England. They target older folk, cheeky fucker. They target everyone, but you do need to watch out, yeah. Excuse me. Age New, thanks for the 47, dude. Thank you. So I am repeating the same loot route we've already done, but I think we might as well. I'm only going to be looking for convoys though. I certainly won't be lucky and find an AKM drum mag this time, I'm afraid, but you never know. You had 13k stolen on a credit card, but it was cloned at Schiphol Airport. Unfortunately, we got it back. Pinkster, that sucks. I'm glad it was a credit card. If it was a debit card, you might have struggled a bit more, maybe, but I'm very glad you got that back. That sucks. Something that amazes me, actually, about the bar culture in America and how laissez-faire they expect you to be with your fucking credit card, you know? Like, you're in a bar, you open up a tab, a lot of them take your card and keep it at the bar. Like, I would never allow that in the UK. I don't want to allow it in America because obviously you assume the place is going to be legit, but there are restaurants where you can get your card cloned. It's the most, anytime you use a card, there's a chance somebody might be wanting to clone it, and if they're taking it out of your sight, there's a much more chance they will do it, you know? Why do you eat your food so slowly? Pork, it's so that I can run. I'm burning stamina, right? I tend to eat while my stamina is low, and then when my stamina's back up, I sprint again, so I can travel more quickly. It's because in America people walk out without paying. Well, people do that everywhere, Knob Gobbler, but what we do over here is make people pay for their drinks when they buy them, you know? It's a really straightforward idea, you know? What it actually is nothing to do with people walking out, it's to do with the tipping culture and wanting you to pay for everything in one big go at the end, so the tip is better, or there is a tip. Everything is service based. In the UK, you don't normally tip servers in a bar. You go to the bar, you say 2 pints please, they charge you for the 2 pints, and then you go and sit down. Whereas in America, you say 2 pints please, they open you a tab, and then you pay at the end, and then you've had some service, and then you're going to tip. Yeah, I found it really weird. Like, my card is just like over behind the bar, and I've got to remember to pick it up at the end. And if I don't, they charge me, but also I don't have my card. Yeah, well, Pike, Redline lost his credit card in one of the bars and ended up having to go back the next day, you know. But it was still there, and that's great, but it's not something I'd feel great about. Oh, canteen. Canteen in the house. How does the server make any money? We don't pay people below minimum wage if they work in a bar in the UK, Matt. It's not a high-paying job, and you can still tip people. But if you're working as in a bar in the UK, they have to have the same wage as if you're working in a supermarket or anywhere else. We're not allowed, like pubs and clubs and restaurants are not allowed to pay people a penny and expect the customer to pay it. Chris, thank you for the follow. Right, that's that. I was going to do something else as well. That was it. Let's drop those, use those.
We should start the stream by asking if you already have the scar and why you are not convoy hunting.
Can you wash your hands with gloves? I think you have to take the gloves off to wash them. In fact, we could do that just now because I've just got some water in the canteen, didn't I? So if I try to do it now, empty and drink. If I do that, wash hands comes up. Am I allowed to play DayZ at 15? I think strictly speaking it's an 18 rated game, so that'd be up to your parents as far as I know, dude. Pretty sure DayZ is rated 18 homeless, but it's to do with the multiplayer aspect to it. Like, the reason DayZ is rated 18 is not the same reason that, I don't know, Resident Evil might be rated 18, you know, to do with gore and such like. It's to do with bumping into random players with guns that could hold you up and say all sorts over the VoIP to you, you know. Like, it's got guns and people can do all sorts to you, you know, so the potential for an 18 rated encounter is pretty high, isn't it? Joel, well, that sounds good. I'm on about my 4th or 5th coffee of the day. It's definitely not too many though. Yeah, I've had a few battles around here, Barney, yeah. No convoy again. I'm not going to keep this crossbow for very long, but I am just going to keep it for killing zombies at the next melee base, I think. Is it me or was that incredibly loud? Do you have TRMZ Junior? I've got 2 kids football, 2 girls, 17 and 14. They're not interested in DayZ. The younger one has tuned into the stream at once or twice, but well, a few times. But they're kind of interested a bit in what I do, but they don't play PC games, not interested in DayZ. And no convoy again. Fuck me dead. much. Yeah, everyone coming in pretty much does. The answer's always no, dude. Well, Odis, why is it rated 18 then, you know? Like, there's not really a great deal of blood and gore in DayZ. If DayZ was a PvE game only and there was no other players, like, what would make it 18, you know? What about me shooting the zombie with a crossbow is that gory compared to, say, Resident Evil? There's next to no blood in DayZ, there's next to no gore, you can't chop off any limbs or anything, you know? Like, what gets it the rating? It's interesting if that's the case. Online interactions aren't rated by the ERSB and isn't factored into a rating because you can't predict what people will say. There's no way to rate a game based on that. What about the probability of interactions between humans when there's VoIP and guns? You know, like... and handcuffs. Good thing the 18 is PEGI and not ESRB rating then. Oh, there we are. I don't even know what ESRB is. There is cannibalism in the game, but it was been 18 rated since before there was cannibalism in the game as well, isn't there? It didn't used to be, and it was still 18 then. I just need to fill up at the well, I think. I don't really want to stay here. I want to get moving to other convoy spawns. Hey, fretless dude. The rain's actually stopping him from aggroing. Well, a little bit more food wouldn't go in this. I need to try and find one with a bag. Oh, I can have that. And then I can have that. 3 weapon cleaning kits, just what I need. What other games do I play besides DayZ? I don't really do. I mostly just do DayZ. DayZ's been my game. I started my YouTube channel for DayZ. It's kind of all I've really done on it, mostly. The only games I've played to any length, as in hundreds of hours, are PUBG and Tarkov, and I haven't played either of those for 4 or 5 years plus. Myth, I use a 27-inch 4K OLED high refresh rate, not weight monitor, yeah. From the Peggy site, it seems to be the F11 mechanic. Interesting. So the F11 mechanic is what makes it 18 rated. Consistent content-specific issues. The strongest violence is self-inflicted. An in-game submenu provides a number of activities that the player's character can be instructed to carry out. They are almost all quite benign, except for the item entitled Suicide. For no explicable reason, the character can be made to commit suicide by a shot to the head using a handgun or rifle, impalement using a sword or pitchfork, using a DIY spear consisting of a pole with a knife attached to one end, and that end is pushed up. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. I do wonder if the 18 rating is actually good for the game anyway, given the type of game it is. You know, the fact that it exists in a sandbox environment with guns and the like, it almost feels like a wise move to make it 18 rated because of all the other things that can happen, you know. So the train is still there, but that's the train I already looted. I think it's actually despawned as well. There's some of the things are still there, but the train is gone. Or the train is going, yeah. You can see some of the carriages are still there, but the train's actually on the way out. The train itself is gone. Some of the convoy, some of the containers are floating. I'm not looting it anyway. I'm just going to move on. I already looted it once. Well, I really hope the dude that was at this place wasn't camping it. I suspect they weren't, but they could have been, I guess. How can DayZ be fun to you when it's so repetitive? I don't find it repetitive, Adam. Some days it can be if you just run to a place and die and then run to a place and die, but DayZ is the most multiplayer, most varied game there is. It requires a lot of patience, but honestly, dude, the analogy I always use is like a radio DJ doesn't get fed up of playing the same type of music that their radio plays. Like if you're a radio DJ in a 90s music radio station, you don't get fed up of 90s music because what you're doing is presenting a radio show. It's not just about the music, right? And it's the same for streaming for me. You know, I could sit and stream and play no game and have fun for 5 or 6 hours, you know. But like, it's a job, you know. Like someone's just said, most people's jobs are repetitive. You know, I spent nearly 20 years in retail, and that was really repetitive. And also, the pay was much worse, and it didn't involve playing a video game for a living. You know. Like, this is way more varied and way more rewarding financially and mentally, personally, than anything I've done before. And what job isn't a little bit repetitive, you know? Fucking rain. Mitch, congrats. Humvee, eh? Stevie, dude, thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I think I probably got shot from pretty close by, somewhere around here. Damaged my marksman scope, the bastard. How many matches am I carrying? Fuck me dead. So that's just what's left over from my dead body. Obviously the AKM and the drum mag's gone. I guess there's no surprise there, is there really? Oh shit. Got to be really careful. If I get shot on that and it explodes, it ruins, I'll be dead. Not taking the gold top. I really like the sound of the rain on the tent when you're inside the tent. That sort of dappled sound. It sounds very cool. Take that bag in a minute. Even an assault vest would be useful. Oh, fuck me dead. That was just a complete miss. Can't even blame it on the zombie moving. At least the 2 times I've missed, the thing has hit a backboard that I could then retrieve it from. Bison? That's a weird one. I don't want the bison. Johnny Soldier, thank you for the 66 months. Stevie Core, thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for the support, dude. Cheers for the gifted sub. Charper, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel, dude. So just putting the gamma on, it's getting dark enough to need it, I think. Kim, I think there are similarities. There are definitely... It depends on what type of streamer you are, but I do think there are similarities. Yeah, I do. Cheers, Johnny, Charper, Stevie. Thank you very much. Cheers, Knuckle.
Months.
Thank you.
That's a lot of running. LUL.
Cheers, Knuckle Dude. Cheers for the 68 months. I kind of want to get rid of the crossbow, I think. I don't know. It's useful for now, but it's got to go soon enough, I think. This one's high insulation, Garrett. The brown, the autumn one. This one's autumn, I think, is high insulation. but it'll get lower when it gets wet though. Yeah, there's different between each one. So winter is best insulation, autumn is high, spring is low, and summer is medium, I think, off the top of my head. Or summer is low and spring is medium, something like that. But they do all vary. Spring might actually be high as well, I forget. But anyway, they are slightly different between them. And the summer one is definitely low. Did I ever play any survival servers on Gary's Mod? I never played Gary's Mod, dude. I switched to PC gaming specifically for DayZ, and I only played a handful of games. I did a tiny bit of Arma 3. I played a few different things that were out since then. You know, I did as when it was called CS:GO. I played that a fair bit back in 2014. I only ever got to Nova 4, and I only really played 2 maps. Dust and Mirage, I think it was. But yeah, I've not done a lot of stuff like Gary's Mod or whatever. I never even played Rust. Stopped. Sing Hosanna. I can hear. In the title you have part 1664. Does it have any significance? It was a sarcastic joke at how many times I've been trying to find the scar, but also it relates to Kronenberg beer, which used to be my favourite regular lager. So there is actually an emote. So it might not be on YouTube, but there's an emote on Twitch still from when I used to drink Kronenberg before I realised I was gluten-free. I don't know if it's on YouTube. I don't think it is. Right, I can't throw anything else out. Let's get cracking in. I know, Captain, that's where we're going next. Well, the picnic table on the top of the hill first, and then the convoy spawn down the hill. That's the year that Paul was born. You're not even the first person to make that joke, Kirsty. You're too late, okay? Too late. Someone else said it before on YouTube chat, and they weren't funny either. It's a good job I dried my clothes out, though, isn't it? You know, good job I dried my clothes out. That's going to help me survive. Sorry, Kirsty. It's strange that games have struggled to replicate the success and feel of DayZ. It is, Ginsler, but I think most of them try to use a proprietary engine and then realise why DayZ have been trying to make their own engine for 20 odd years. You know, like to make a game as big as DayZ map-wise with enterable buildings and a loot economy that works is really hard to do on a even if you take PUBG, you know, that struggled on bigger maps to run well, and it was half an hour rounds and stuff. You know, Tarkov as well. Like originally Tarkov was meant to be open world. Wow, AK-101. It's never gonna be. because it can't run the maps. You know, it can't run the maps. So there was a convoy here. That's why the 101's there. So this is where the convoy spawns, which is why I came down to check. It's a risk to take that AK-101. Like, the chances of getting a mag before I die, like, I've probably got to go up to, like, West Evac, Tricresta, before I've got a chance to find a mag. It's not that far. I doubt we'll find a mag at Moschino 10s. I think it's the challenges of, like even for example, a game like Grand Theft Auto. The map's massive, but they can't make DayZ in it, obviously, because most of the buildings aren't real. You know, when you go into a building, it loads you somewhere. You know, and to make a map that's real and has the actual buildings and scale and AI and loot, it's something that the regular engines, even Unreal, doesn't do. Feels like I put the gamma on and it feels like it's not near, like, dark enough to need the gamma yet. What time are we at? Oh, it's only 10 to 4 and I'm already contemplating my fucking... That's a bad sign. I've started earlier today, right? So I've had my lunch earlier. It's 10 to 4 and I'm feeling hungry and I'm thinking it's protein shake time. I'm going to be hungry as fuck. Like, oh shit. Hello. Please don't kill me. He definitely saw me. I can't kill that guy. I've got a good crossbow bolt in, but if he's wearing a plate carrier, and I suspect he is, that wouldn't have killed him. It would have just made him annoyed. Fuck me dead. I went prone in the hope that the dude wouldn't see me, but it was never going to work. Anyway. If he hadn't seen me, I probably would have tried to get behind him and shoot him in the back. Obviously. Fuck me dead. Kill him, he didn't see you. He definitely did see me, dude. He stopped and looked right at me. He definitely heard me in VoIP as well, unless he's deaf. Just eat a couple of tins of tuna better than those shakes. I disagree, always. I disagree. I've lost 81 pounds in the last year. Tuna's good protein, but I don't actually like tuna. And having it in a drink form is a good way to get low-calorie protein, and it works for me. You know, everyone's different, but yeah, they work for me. I am doing weights and push-ups, and I am actually doing some training, and they are useful. What the fuck? Where did that go then? Is it in the... The fuck are my trousers gone? But no, if you prefer tuna to protein shakes, that's great. But I can get 25 grams of protein for 90 calories, and that's good. That's kind of useful if you're doing the right kinds of exercises and trying to consume certain amounts of protein per day. Did it go up? I don't understand. I lost my fucking trousers there. The loot that's in my trousers is gone. I've now got no bandage. Fuck's I. Oh no, I've got one, thankfully. Thankfully, I've got one. How many unbroken push-ups? Not that many. Decapitate. About 35. It must have gone on top. I can't get it even if it has, but I'd like to know where my fucking trousers went. They're not on the top either. They can't have just vanished. I can see him. How the fuck are they there and not in the wall? I can see them, but I can't get them. Fuck me dead. Look what they make you give. How many calories in an average can of tuna? How many grams of protein in a can of tuna on average? So yeah, it's not bad, but one can is 28 grams and it's about 120 calories, and it also tastes like cat sick. So it's pretty good. I mean, obviously tuna's going to be good protein and it's very good for you, but it is higher calorie. You know, like I think my protein shakes are either 80 or 90 calories for 25 grams of protein. So if you're in a calorie deficit, that's less. I really don't like tuna on its own as well. If I had to eat raw tuna out of a can, like whether it's in brine or whether it's in oil or whatever, oh shit, I would struggle like fuck. I'd have to put something with it, you know, and that would add more calories. People get shredded eating tuna. Yeah, people get shredded eating all sorts of protein, whether it's that or whether it's chicken or whatever, you know. Like, tuna's good for you, but it's quite important that you like it, you know. I did a diet years ago that involved eating tuna on a couple of the days. So it was tuna, like, but 4 ounces of tuna and a slice of toast with nothing on it. That was one of the meals. So you got 4 ounces of tuna and a slice of dry toast, and I was swallowing the tuna like they were tablets with water. It was horrible. I can't eat tuna on its own. It tastes like shit. Add a little mayo and spicy pickles. Yeah, that sounds great, Chris, but maybe not great if you're trying to get protein for less calories, you know. That's my point, you know. protein shakes, by the way, at the moment, some days I'm having 2, but they are delightful with coffee. If you make yourself a vanilla protein shake with some coffee and some ice, it makes a great iced coffee. But I am trying to put some muscle on. I'm doing weights and push-ups 4 times a week. I am staying in as best I can in a calorie deficit, so they really work, you know. I'm also eating very balanced. You know, I have chicken most every lunch. I'm not having that many carbs. Smells like disco fanny. Holy shit. No, that's not a sentence I expected to read today. Just knocked something off my very high quality arm. Fuck me. That wasn't at me, was it? I knocked like the little twisty thing, the thread off my arm, but I was trying to put it back on and then somebody shot. That was really close. That sounded like it was right on me. Snuffkin, well, I'm divorced, so I don't live with my kids, but when you've got young kids, being on a diet, when I lived with my kids, it was much harder to eat healthily, and I put on a lot of the weight I put on when I had young kids because of stress and different things. You know, it is hard, much harder. That could have been somebody hunting. It could have been someone killing an animal that we hadn't heard. It was a single shot. It could have been a snipe at a player. But I am somewhat... It could have been a stream sniper shooting to see if they were close to where I am or not, but I don't think so. I hope not. Yeah, if you want to, like people are talking about getting ripped, lean protein is good for you if you want to get ripped, and you could do that with chicken, or you could do that with tuna. But if you're going to eat protein regularly, you're probably best eating the one you like. I like chicken much nicer than tuna, so that's the one I have. So I am wondering if it was a player, if it was a shot at an animal, they'll be back at that house where we just were. And they'll be cooking in a minute, won't they? Is the camera on? It's not. No, right, let me do it. Good shout. I turned it off and now I need to turn it back on again. Good shout. If I'd have had my hand on the mouse when that shot happened, I could have kind of worked out where it was. It was close to me, but I was twisting the little threaded thing back onto my mic stand, my mic arm. I think that was a boar, wasn't it? That could have been a boar that they'd shot. Well, there's no smoke there. Sometimes random single shots in the woods is someone suiciding for whatever stupid reason as well, but I hope it wasn't that. And I nearly said sometimes people suicide in hunting cabins. They've got a pioneer. Why the fuck has this dude suicided? Sorry, hunting stands is quite common. Maybe they're looking for something. Maybe they not found it and they're like, fuck this, I give up.
I fuck your potato.
And they're not struggling for food. Is it certain that he offed himself? Well, his pioneer is sitting in his hands with one bullet out of it, and he's fallen back like he suicided. He's got one bullet missing out of his pioneer. It's not chambered, is it? It's been fired, and he's lying back like he suicided, and he's got a ruined hat, badly damaged hat. I'm pretty sure he suicided. Yeah. Don't really understand why, to be honest, but stupid as stupid does. As the great Forrest Gump would say. Where's the shotgun gone? There was a single barrel shotgun, wasn't there? Oh, it's still on his back. I'm going to leave the crossbow. I'm going to take the BK and just use those, I think. It might have been someone that had checked a lot of hunting stands and was absolutely fucking fed up of finding nothing but nothing and was like, fuck this, I give up. I'm not playing this crap anymore. They've been running around for a while. Their shoes are worn, same as mine. Alright, let's leave. Schmeagol with a deagle, thank you very, very much. Cheers for the gifted memberships. Cheers for the remembering. Thank you. Cheers for the support. Garrett, thank you for gifting Decapitate the sub as well. Cheers, dude. Jamie Fox, thank you for the 11. Food stamp, thank you for the 11. Cheers, peeps, thank you. So I've taken the Pioneer purely because of the scope. The Pioneer with the scope is kind of fun, right? That's good. We can also use the Marksman scope too. Although I'm not sure I want to use it with the damage. I think we might hold fire on that. Cheers, Schmiegel. Thank you very, very much once again. I am so hungry. I can't believe 10 past 4 and I'm going protein shake o'clock already. If I'm doing a solo run, I tend to F11 when I have to get off the game. I tend to prefer starting over than starting geared. But that dude's not even geared. But you're not wrong, though. Some people do. There's all sorts of reasons why people might do it. His mate might have just joined, and his mate's in Svetlo, and he's like, "Oh, dude, I haven't even got anything worth it. I'll just suicide and spawn there then, you know, or we can spawn together." It's my birthday. Not today, Benzo, no. My birthday is July the 21st. So on my birthday, while I'm away, I'll be in Portland while my birthday is happening. Yeah, the dude we just killed might have been doing hunting stands and just got bored of checking them and thought, fuck this, I give up. I am indeed cancer, but I'm kind of on the cusp, General Treasury. I don't know how it is now, but back in the day, my mum and dad used to buy a Sunday People once in a while. It was an absolute rag, I think, but I think it was that, but in one of the papers I was a Leo. But I believe I am a Cancer, but I'm kind of close to the cusp. How long does it get to Portland? It's a 10-hour to 10.5-hour flight direct from London to Portland, Oregon. Dave, I'm 21st, so in only one paper I used to be a Leo, but I am a Cancer. In Portland on your birthday, couldn't ask for a better present. Damn right.
Have a wonderful birthday, Paul. DZ.
Schmiegel, thank you. Cheers for the support. Thank you for the super chat. Remember to celebrate on your birthday, says Debbie, and you only turn 38 once. That's very true. Yeah, I'll be sure to celebrate my upcoming 38. Yeah. Voodoo donuts, Joey. I'll try. I do like donuts. I'm not sure if I like voodoo though. I've started drinking the fucking protein shake and now I need a wee. Blue Star or Heavenly Donuts are better than Voodoo. Interesting. I probably won't get many donuts. When I was with Miss Portland for 2 weeks in April, I put on like 8 or 9 pounds. And it's actually taken me until now to kind of shift that, although I put on a fair amount of muscle. I've been doing quite a lot of weights and push-ups and whatnot, so I'm actually slightly trimmer than I was, but I'm about the same weight as I was at the start of April. In fact, the day she arrived I was 14 stone 5, and right now I'm 14 stone 7, so I'm 2 pounds heavier. But I am a little trimmer than I was then. I've been doing lots of weights and push-ups and whatnot, but anyway. I was £2 lighter the day she arrived than I'd been any other day before, so it was a very low reading, if you like. I don't know if it was a perma one, but nonetheless, your weight fluctuates a bit from day to day, you know. What I don't want to do this time is what I did last time, which was eat all the things, you know. I want to be a bit more balanced. I'm going to do a bit more walking. I might do some push-ups and weights and stuff. I'm going to still have some treats. I'm going to have some nice meals and whatnot. But I don't want to put on 8 or 9 pounds in 2 weeks, you know. I don't... It's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with putting on some weight if you're on a holiday and stuff, but I don't know. This is the 3rd time I'm seeing it. I think I need to try and be a bit more, like, health conscious and a bit more balanced, you know, like slightly less alcohol and slightly more balanced on the intake of food. I've not seen Portlandia Rogue Irish, but she did say we ought to watch it at some point, so we probably will. It's just the way that we measure it, our quaint way of measuring stuff in the UK REM. You'll have to Google it to get the full details, but a stone is £14, so if someone's 10 stone, they're £140. Somebody's 15 stone, they're £210. I'm £203. I agree, Pinkster, but I intend to do that, but treating yourself every now and then, but overeating, like almost borderline binging for 2 weeks is probably not the way, you know. It was fun. Like, we went to Geneva. Like, we're going to Seattle. I'm definitely going to have some nice meals and stuff. I'll have some alcohol here and there. But I just want to curb my enthusiasm a touch compared to the last time. That is big. She doesn't eat meat, Ziggs, no. Oh, you need a beep 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 every time I mention Miss Portland, dear. Fair enough. I've not seen an R12 on Experimental Thoria, no. I would guess it spawns in like... Oh shit. I saw somebody there for definite.
Shit down to the Daytona Rock Festival. But this one time I seen 2 girls walking down this rock. I said, hey you 2 girls, there's nothing down there. Then they flew off. I said, oh them some birds.
Schmeagol, thank you very much for the support, dude. I'll have to reread that in a sec, but I'm kind of... Oh, no way! Fuck me dead, there's a dude at that base. And now the server's restarted. Fuck. Right, I'm going for a piss. I won't have time to go to the Daytona Rock Festival. Oh. There's some birds. Fuck me, that's a bird joke. I got it. I had to reread it though. Cheers, Schmeagol. Thank you. Redman, thank you as well. Right, I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to make a coffee and hopefully they do still be here.
TRMZ love.
Made a copy and ate an apple. If I'd had a shit exit, I would tell you, honest guff. Primal, dude, thank you for the bits. Astrology is all tosh. Some people believe it, Cal. I don't. I don't believe it, but I think it's for people to really. I think there's more harmful things out there than astrology. I guess, you know. Like, people want to read their daily thing and take some joy out of it or take something out of it, then that's fair enough. But I don't personally think that 1/12 of the population is all having the same day because they were born in the same area, you know, same time. I'm sure it was a player I saw. They kind of look a bit like a ghillie. I need to put the gamma back on, don't I? This base is fucking huge. It looks like it's still being built. There's actually loot there. The dude that we saw was maybe by the barrel. And it took me a while to make a drink, so chances are they're not here anymore. I might as well just go and check those barrels just in case, you never know. Me, they got two fences there. I'm pretty sure it was a player with a ghillie hood, but they've probably already got back in and fucked off, haven't they? He might not have spawned back in yet as well, that's possible, but I feel like I took a while. Fuck me, was that loud? Holy shit. There was a load of work building all of that, but some people play mostly on official. If the dude is in, that was a big mistake. I don't think I can loot that house. But I can't be fucked to stop and melee when I know there's a player around either. I'd rather keep running away from the shot than stop still and start meleeing and make myself more of a target. Yeah, 129 was up on Experimental for months and months and months, wasn't it? It got delayed, it was up for ages, so some people just join and play Experimental, and they're in a group and they go and just play Experimental and see what they can do, you know, away from maybe hackers and on a server that's mostly low pop, you know. Lost Llama, thank you. Tails, sorry. IX Tails, thank you very much for the support as well. Primal Scream, thanks again for the bit sniping. Thank you. Microphone. There we go, that'll do. Hey Sloth Dad, you're right, dude. Lost Llama, cheers for the membership, dude. Thank you. Hi Twist Extra, hello, hope you're good. Drop paper. I wonder if the person that we saw might be moving on towards the summer camp. The paper could have been from hours ago, but it still makes me think it was the same dude. Have you seen the officials for the France game? I don't think it makes any difference, Cornish. I don't buy all the drama. I know some people really believe it, but I don't think... I think 6 out of the 8 referees the other day, the 6 out of 8 figure came from somebody in the chat, but in the game Argentina played the other day, where they massively were favoured against Egypt, 6 of the 8 referees were French, you know? Like... It can't... I don't think it matters. Like, I think we'll have to judge it on how the game goes, but... France are going to win today. They'll beat Morocco. Trying to see if there's a military train. Morocco do have a good team, Blade Killer. Yeah, I've seen them play a few times. I saw them play against Brazil in one of the early games. They are decent. But France have got the best team, you know. Morocco have got half a chance, but it's going to be hard to beat France. For anybody, not just Morocco. Four doors open this side, door closed that side. That's... It could be random. Or it could be that they've looted this side and not the other. That's strange. Every door on this half is open. I don't know. It could be random. They could be randomly open, but it just feels like someone's half looted it, doesn't it? All the doors on this bottom half are open. Just the ones on the back half there are closed. It feels to me like somebody's looted, but not looted the back row. Cheers, Suds. Hope you're good. Thank you for the subscribing, dude. Cheers. Thank you for the 25 months. Wasn't there a dead zombie in the bottom row sheds? I didn't see it. I was looking too much for players, but if there was one, I didn't kill it. So yeah, that was killed by someone. I think we've got to go on to the tents. I feel like we're just behind someone. If I would clear clear a room in real life, I don't know, dude. I'd never really given it a thought. I think subconsciously now, I would certainly want to peek on my right because I'm right-handed. So if you're peeking anything and you're right-handed, you show less by peeking that side than you do that side, right? You're going to show a lot more of your body, so I'd kind of instinctively peek on my right side to show less of me in case anybody was the other side, I suppose, you know, so I guess I'd do that without even thinking about it, but beyond that, I don't know. Zombie at the back. 2 zombies at the back. I don't think the person that was at the summer camp has come here yet. I really don't. There'd be dead zombies. Maybe they're not coming here, but I don't think they've come here yet. I'm going to very, very quickly run over and check the convoy spawn this way and then come back. I think maybe they're running there's some hunting cabins, hunting loot behind. They might be running those and then they might appear here in a minute. So I don't know, I think maybe we go and check for the next convoy spawn, which is where the player might be too, because they might be doing the same thing, and then I might come back. Twist, I'm close enough to cause those zombies to spawn in, yeah. Kind of annoying that there's no appears to be no zombie with a plate carrier, which is what I really need. I do wonder if it might be better off just going to Tricresta, because there I could maybe get an AK-11 mag if I'm lucky. I'm not going to get one here. I don't think the convoy's there, but I might not see it just yet, but I don't think it's there. Yeah, it's not there. Just having a quick look in case there's any loot on the ground from a previous one. That's how we found the AK-101. I don't see anything. Had a weird moment recently in Mishkino tents, lots of zombies, only one dead, had a plate carrier on ward condition, guess someone really wanted a helmet. It's weird, isn't it, how that, like... The only other weird circumstance maybe, but I don't think it's likely, is it was the last one to despawn from a gas attack, and so that was the only one that was there, and the gas dispersed before you arrived, but the zombie was still left maybe, but I think that's unlikely, isn't it, you know? I'm looking forward to the game today. The France-Morocco game. I want to watch every World Cup game if I can. Tomorrow's one kicks off at 8 PM though, which is a little early, but I'd like to watch all the games. I'm kind of eager to see everyone, not just the England game. It's fun. I've been enjoying the tournament. I didn't really enjoy the Spain-Portugal game. Was a bit slow, and the Switzerland-Colombia game, fuck. But most games I've enjoyed. I've enjoyed watching them, so I kind of want to watch France-Morocco, and it's good because you can, like, obviously England are still in the tournament, so I can root for Morocco because I think France can beat England fairly easily, if I'm honest. But there's a few times where they could get beat by somebody else, you know, so I can watch it and root for Morocco. Sorry if you're French, but I'm sure you can understand. Oh, seeing a zombie with a plate carrier would be fucking... plate, that's a zombie. I'm sure it's a zombie, yeah. You can see it's Baldy Buns. The zombie spawns here are feeling a bit weird though. They're all round the back. There's none round the front. There's hardly any. Oh, there is one round the front now. I wonder if I get there, there'll be like dead zombies all in a tent or something that I couldn't see from up the hill. I can see me getting shot the second I get in here. I don't have good vibes. There are much more zombies now. Managed to aggro 3, fuck me dead. Well, that one seemed to die to one hit. Doxy, the loot is bad on Experimental. It's using some kind of hardcore CLE that they're testing, which is kind of shite, to be perfectly frank. But the devs know that they're testing out like a more hardcore version of the game, but it's kind of dog shit. Jamal Kamari, Karami, sorry, thank you for the follow. Already looted this one. The loot even here, like, I pretty much from what HB was saying, like, we can't find an SKS here. We're more likely to find an M16. Like, there's an MP5 here. I don't think it was dropped here. It's a police station spawning item, but I think it's spawning here. It's just shit.
One whole year.
Coming then, or what? For fuck's sake. Oh. Cheers, Mocky. Thank you for the 1 year inning. Thank you, dude. Alright. The loot's been shy. I've not checked the top of the ghillie compound. I don't think I'm going to bother. I was going to say what tree. I thought I left it at the first tree. Second. I really would like a vest of some sort. It seems rare that you can come this far into the map and not have one. It's not normal loot routes on test. It's not just about loot routes, Nebulae. The loot is just not where it would normally be, full stop. Like, you do need to check barns and you might find a CR527, but things like blazes and like 308 and Mosins are just incredibly rare. It's not that they're differently placed, they're just not there, you know. I can go and find a blaze or maybe a savannah by going and checking all of the hunting spawn areas around Tissy military base, but that seems to be the only place they really spawn. I did find one in a summer camp actually, but yeah, like running to Northwest Airfield is like the actual military loot at the Northwest Airfield is dog shit. You can get the scar on those pallets at the airfield if you're lucky, but sometimes there isn't even a military spawning pallet at those planes. And the last 2 or 3 times I've been there, there's been shots and people have been waiting around because most people know that they're going to the planes, so they're kind of getting camped. I think the best chance to get loot on Experimental is to get a kill with like a fairly average gun and then take the dude's loot that you've killed, you know, but it's basically very, very luck orientated. Like, the boxes at the plane can be lucky or not. Sometimes there's no military crate, sometimes there's 4. You can get lucky at a convoy or a heli site or a military train, otherwise you're fucked, you know. You can't go and get it from the ground in a tent or in a military base or something. It's just the loot is really, really set up to be around luck, and it doesn't make any sense to me, at least. I don't think the loot should be lucky, personally. And there is some luck involved in looting a convoy or whatever, but that's the only way to get loot, it seems. Oh, fucking hell. That sucked. But they're just testing a more hardcore version of the loot economy, but it's really, really not fun. I don't like it. I don't mind the game being harder, but it's just, it really revolves around luck. And there's no, oh, I can slow play it to go and try and play a certain way. I can take 5 hours really searching for hunting stuff, and then I can get myself a gun. There's no reward for playing slow. You're better off just running straight to the airfield or straight to wherever and hoping to get lucky, which doesn't feel like very fun when the map is so big, does it, you know? I'm going to just quickly check this convoy spawn again, even though it wasn't there before. You never know. It might have not spawned in. Revan, I've just been to it. I've just been to it. I'm just going back again now, but I know where their convoy spawned to. But the one up here is where I've just checked, and it wasn't there, and then I went back to Mosquito tents afterwards. Maybe you want the lucky guy to find a scar to have an advantage. I don't think that really is in the idea of the game, really, is it? But there's meant to be a little bit of luck involved in whether you find a DMR at a convoy or whether you don't, you know? Like, that there is a little bit, but that shouldn't be the whole looting ethos, should it, you know? Run around hoping to get lucky at a heli site, otherwise you can only have a single barrel shotgun, you know? That's not really the game, is it? But once again, it's experimental and they're testing things, but to be perfectly frank, the central loot economy as it is on this server is fucking terrible. Am I able to watch the semi-final if England managed to get there? Guna, yeah, I'm flying on the 14th and England's semi will be on the 15th, so if England make it, I'll be able to watch it, yeah. Hag, how many scars can the map hold? I've no idea, dude, but there'll always be one at some point on the map on either a helicopter crash site or a convoy or a dynamic train or the crates at the airfield. There's going to be one on the ground, but it's whether you get to the convoy while it's there to pick it up or the heli or whatever, you know, but there's some luck involved. There's always going to be one somewhere to be picked up, but it could be clean the other side of the map. It could be at a convoy spawn I checked 40 minutes ago. It's not variation nebulae, they're just testing a hardcore version of the game to see how it plays, but this isn't variation. I don't know, I guess I just don't like it, but DayZ at its core, beyond the sandbox nature, is about choice and like what way do you want to play? Do you want to Do you want to be the guy that goes up to Starry Yar and hunts for a Mosin out of the way? Or do you want to be the guy that runs to VMC and picks up an SKS? Do you want to get a police vest? Do you want to go to police stations and make sure you can get a stab vest, but you don't want to get a plate carrier or whatever? There needs to be choice and options in a map this big. It shouldn't just be the only way to get loot is run around looking for a dynamic spawning helicopter or convoy and pray you get lucky, you know. All the other hunting areas have shit all. Barns might have repeaters even next to Tissy, you know, like, or double barrel shotguns, you know, like. It's not been thought through very well. It doesn't actually offer variation. It offers only one method way to play, which is get lucky at convoys. It's not offering variation, it's offering one way to get gear. Aren't I trekking the military train on the bridge? I'm not, no, I should do. I should do, because it's by the castle, but I was just going to go to Tricresta because I've got an AK-101 on my back. I'll check it if you want. Looks like it's not there because that's the bridge where it would be. I think. Yeah, it is. I think they're trying to appeal to the more casual players who want to have some fun without the grind. Boss man, you're missing the point. This is harder. It's not more fun. It's not more fun to spend 5 hours finding a single barrel shotgun, dude. They're not appealing to casual players with this patch. This is a more hardcore patch. It's not easier. They've taken police vests out of police stations in the spawn areas. Scorpions only spawn at police random events. They don't spawn in police stations anymore. The SKS and the AK-74 spawn at convoys only. You know, they've not made it better for casuals. You need fucking weeks to play it, or you need to get lucky at convoys. Well, you need to be experienced to go and find the convoys, Bass. I don't think a novice can just go run around and check 10 convoy spawns easily, you know? I don't agree. I don't think... This is meant to be a hardcore patch. They introduced this as a trial in 128 because they were wanting to make the loot harder, and this is as far as they've got. Like... They've just made the high tier guns very hard to find, you know, scopes. I found one hunting scope, maybe two in like 5 days. Of course it's experimental in their testing, but this loot economy that they've struck upon thus far is bad, basically, in a nutshell. It's not sensibly thought through. And it's so, like, you've just seen, like, I'm wearing an assault vest. There's no point me going to Prison Island because stab vests don't spawn there. But I've done everything I can to try and get a vest. But what seems to be the meta is, in a nutshell, the first time you go to a military base that's worth being at, like maybe Tricresta in a minute, you can have spent 5 hours looking for a stab vest or a press vest and you're shit out of luck. Or you can have ran straight there. Basically what's going to happen is, if anybody's there, they can one-tap you, because there is the place where you might get the plate carrier, but it's the only place you could get any vest up until that point. So anybody that shoots you, even with a weak round, is going to kill you, and you either spend 5 hours not getting a vest to go there, or you run there straight away and take the gamble sooner, but you probably don't have a Pioneer and a BK-12. You've probably got nothing, or a P1 pistol, or nothing. It's a very strange loader. And again, it's experimental, and it's been kind of perversely fun, but if this made it to stable, it would ruin the game. And I don't mind the game being harder, I just don't see the point in making it so that you can't get a hunting scope in 6 hours, you know. Doesn't make sense. With respect, why play if it's so hard to loot? Well, there's two elements to that, Cornish. Testing it is like, it's all well and good not playing it, and then when it lands to stable and they've put this patch out there, it's a bit late to be whining after the fact, isn't it? So I think if you're going to test experimental, it's a good idea to get a good steer so you can pass that feedback on rather than never play it and then, or not thoroughly test it, and then when they drop it to stable you're suddenly bitching like a motherfucker because you didn't bother playing it when it was on experimental. So there's that side to it, for one. The other side is, there's a new gun, there's a Scar. As much as it's been annoying thus far, loot-wise and playing in many ways, the hunt for the convoys and the hunt for a Scar, it's elusive. I've been really unlucky. I've checked many convoys and helis. I've been to the airfield multiple times. I've just been unlucky. Yesterday I got killed by people with the Scar twice. But the actual hunt for the thing that's elusive is kind of fun. As much as the loot economy on this particular patch is shite, it hasn't stopped it being enjoyable. But being able to talk about the things that are wrong with the loot economy doesn't necessarily mean that I've not had fun in a kind of sadistic way trying to chase the gun. Not seeing any Zs. Well, they might not be running the same test as they are on this server. It might be that one of the other experimental servers isn't running this same loot economy as the one I'm on right now, you know, who knows, but they might not be running the same test for the CLE on Xbox as they are here. Holy shit, an SV98. Try not to put anything in the vest because it's just going to lead to problems when I want to get shut of it, hopefully soon. There's a claymore there. And another claymore. But the whole time I'm here right now, I've not been able to find a vest at all. So anyone sees me, I'm just instantly one-tappable, you know. It's the loot balance is massively skewed and I don't really get it. But this is a tier 4 military base and there are 2 sniper rifles here, you know, like... That's fairly positive, but the fact that I can't find any vest at all is somewhat of a worry, you know, like what am I meant to do? I can get one-tapped by, like, almost anything. A repeater would knock me unconscious to the stomach. Fuck. I don't know where he went. I saw him briefly, but he obviously knew I was there and he realised I'd seen him. See him. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god! Fair play, it was a good shot, but I was expecting him to lean to the right. Like, how does he move with his while aiming like that? You know, like, fair play, he's played it well, but he's aiming down sight and he moves so quickly. But when I move like that, I don't move quickly like he does. Fair play though, it was still a good shot. It's annoying. He was drifting to the right, but that comes back to my point I was just making, right? I've just played for nearly 4 hours, 2 hours and nearly 3 hours, I think. I can't find a vest, so the second I get hit, I'm dead, you know. And fair play, he did play well, and fair play to him, and I missed my shot that I should have hit, so I had chances to win. But it's fucking insane. The loot economy is insane on this, and I'm still going to play it because I want to find the scar. I want to do it. I want to find the convoy. I want to get the scar, you know. But it's just utterly frustrating. I don't even know if my bullet fired there or not. I think I was just clicking as I died, so I may have fired as I died. I might have hit him. It's not age, and that's nonsense. The gamma is on. That's a good shout. It's very pastely here as well, but yeah, it is on. If you in the replay, does my bullet go down to 0 as I die? I was convinced he was going to lean right, not lean left. You know, when I had a 50-50 shot there, and I aimed to the left, to the right of the tree, and he fired to the right. I was like, he'll probably lean the same way because he's going to show less of his body. I could barely see him, and he came back the other fucking side. It sucks so hard, but fair play. Fair play though. He did make a great shot, but how we he comes around like that with his gun raised, and he's walking so quickly, you know, like I'm slow as fuck when I try to do that. All right, let's. Is it even worth? I suppose we ought to do the police station in case we could find a Glock, but there won't be a vest there. We should probably check it though. It's just fucking insane, you know. Like, I did have an SV98, but chambered, you know. Like, oh my god. It's so frustrating there, though. That first shot was gilt-edged, but he was kind of just drifting right into me, and I fired, and I was just a smidge early, you know. He looked like he was crossing into my crosshairs, but he... Yeah, it happens. Paco, they're just testing a loot economy, dude. It's nothing to do with anything other than that. They want to try and look at maybe making the game a touch harder, but... I don't know, like, this ain't it, you know, it ain't it. The map's massive, and it feels like there's no point in it being massive if there's nothing anywhere until you get to a tier 4 military base, you know, it makes no sense. Why is the map so big if you have to run all the way to tier 4 with nothing, you know? Like, it's just, again, it's experimental that they're testing it, but it's bad. It's really fucking bad. It's dumb. And I'm moaning about it a lot. Fair enough, but I'm still somewhat stupidly having fun through the fucking pain of it, trying to get a scar. So I ain't going to stop, and I'm probably going to carry on moaning too. Did he leave? I don't know if he left. That's the strength of a sporter for you, at least. I don't actually think he's looted in here. I do like more talking of, like, we've got to talk about the loot again, but I do wonder, like, if you sat down and thought what makes the game harder and what makes the game fun, you know, like, where would people, like, would people think, I know, I'll stop stab vests spawning in near the coast? Is that the first thing you'd think of? I don't know, it's an interesting thing, like, how do you make the game harder? I think I'd personally I'd probably try to push people towards hunting and fishing, and I'd probably make, on the coast, I'd make lower tier guns more powerful. I'd take double barrel shotguns and MP133s away. I wouldn't take Scorpions away from police stations. I'd take MP133s away, and I'd make single barrel the best shotgun you can find outside of, while you're still on the coast. I'd make buckshot rarer on the coast and slugs rarer on the coast, and I'd make repeaters more common, and I'd make sporters like that dude had more common, and maybe the best gun you're likely to get is a repeater or a BK-18 or maybe a Magnum, and make firefights on the coast be Makarovs versus sporters versus Magnums versus BK-18, and I'd make there be a varied amount of guns on the coast, but all of a lower tier. And I'd certainly put stab vests on the coast as well. I don't think I'd make it so you have to run miles into the game to find a repeater. I'd make the repeater spawn where you start. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck's sake. I'm fucking desyncing around. I can't even fucking play the game. Now I'm yellow, I've got no bandages. Fuck's sake. I've no idea what gun he had working class hero. I have no idea. Hey, no, dude, you're right, man. Isn't it too late to go back to fixing a loot economy now? Well, yeah, you would. This is something they were testing to try and make the game harder on 128 Experimental, and then it never came to stable, and you can see why, because it's a fucking dog's dinner, you know. But it's an. Why didn't that block? Oh my god, I'm desyncing still. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I think playing with the game and trying to make vanilla Chernarus better, it makes sense to do. I don't really think that this particular CLE has been very thought through at all. I don't think. But I guess different people will have different opinions, you know. Fuck me. I can't stop desyncing. I think stab vests and all guns should be harder to find on the coast. I don't really agree, Junk, but I understand your point of view. I think gunfights as a low-tiered player against another low-tiered player with low-tier guns is one of the most fun parts of the game, you know. If you can't get, like, average to shit guns on the coast, then when are you getting them, you know? Like, are you going to wait till you're coming up against a guy with a DMR and then you've got a, I don't know, a Sporter? The only way that the really weak guns make sense is if you can shoot them at other people that have been alive for 3/4 of an hour. There is a player here. It makes more sense for low-tier players to get low-tier guns, and then if you can be friendly or be evil against each other, that's fun. He went down this road. I saw him just briefly. He literally just came down here. Oh, fuck's sake. At least this bleed wasn't to do with desync. At least it was me just trying to... Oh, that's desync, but at least it was just me trying to rush. Now I've got to go back to the hospital. Fuck me dead. Oh, I might have to use one of those. Oh, let's just use one. I do need a hollybob, but I am partly I'm only moaning about it, but I'm absolutely staggered that this was on 128 and it's been on this for a week and they've not tweaked it. It's fucking shocking. But that aside, I do find the whole topic quite interesting as to how you make the game harder, because this doesn't make it harder. It makes it utterly fucking tedious. It's not. I don't get it. But anyway, I find the subject interesting. I do think the devs in recent years at times have lost sight of what makes the game more compelling to play from a survival point of view, in my opinion. You know, like, it's not a new opinion, I've said it many times, but I do think that ain't nobody ever thought the game's so much better because it takes 3 circles to dry my clothes rather than 1. Ain't nobody ever thought the game's so much better because I just spent 5 minutes drying my clothes and then I left a house and then it rained again, so there was no point. But that time where you were starving to death in Electro, or that time where you had no bandages, admittedly I've got no bandages because of a bug and one guy shooting me, but partly a bug, but anyway. You've got no bandages and then you're forced to bandage with a rag and then you get a disease and then you're forced to look for meds. That's compelling survival, you know. Admittedly in this scenario it's a little bit with a pinch of salt because I got decent hit by zombies loads, but it's fun. If you're at a military base and you stand on a mine and you break your leg and you wake up red health and then you're trying to deal with zombies and you've got nothing to make a splint with, so now you're limping around where there's zombies and they could kill you, but you're trying to find something to cut up to make a splint. That's compelling survival. It's a fun moment to try and come out the other side of. But that time where the devs just slowed the game down by 4 hours, but none of it was difficult, it's already a slow game. It's already a big map. It's okay to slow the game down if you're doing something compelling, like hunting or fishing or feeling like you're doing something, but making it so that you get wet and then you dry your clothes and then you just get wet again, so what was the point? Well, I don't get it, you know, like, it's a really, like, it's like they think they're making the long dark, but they're not. Nobody thought the dehydration dry mouth needed lip smacking. I can see why they've done that, though. They're trying to make it so that people that don't play with the counters can still enjoy it. Like, they want people to be able to play with these turned off and get cues for what's going on. So they needed some kind of audible representation for it, but it is kind of annoying. I don't need to do that. The Long Dark is a great game, John Up, but the point is it's a single-player hardcore survival game, you know. Like, trying to make DayZ play like The Long Dark doesn't make sense, because that's not what DayZ is, you know. I don't think many people bought DayZ to play a single-player hardcore survival game where ultimately, you know, you're going to die, but do you fire you one Mosin bullet now, or do you fire it in 4 hours' time, you know? The Long Dark is meant to be like that. It's meant to be really tough, but DayZ most people buy for the adventures and the survival and the story, and their tagline is, this is your story. Their tagline is, you dried your clothes 77 times and the circle takes longer, you know. The tagline for DayZ is literally, this is your story. It's not, we're going to enforce some fucking, like, monotonous story on you. And I do think that, like the one I just described, the bandage one, like needing clean bandages, I think that was like adding the infected wounds and the way to get over it with this. I think that was a really good change for the game. And like needing to worry about the condition of your bandages and needing to loot medical buildings when you spawn and where you start is another reason to stay around where you spawn and where you start. And it adds to a... If you make mistakes and you rush inland too quick and you've got no bandages and you don't find iodine or whatever, then you might pay the price later, and that's all part of the game, and that makes sense. But if you add a feature like that, then changing the loot economy so there's no bandages in the hospital in the spawn town makes no fucking sense, does it? You know, there needs to be some balance. You know, like surely. Bandage in the pants in the log house. Was there? Well spotted. I didn't even see it. Oh, I hear a zombie aggro. Oh, well spotted. I didn't even see it. That's where somebody else has dropped theirs to something different, I would guess. But yeah, there we go. We're sorted on the bandages front anyway. I think I'm going to have to relog at some point. I'm still desyncing. I really thought I heard zombie aggro as well. I heard steps. Not often you kill someone with a pistol melee. I hope he's got a sport on his back. I suspect he hasn't. No. That dude's put an alarmingly large amount of time in for the loot that he's got. Just like for the risk he's taking, you know. Like if I'd put, like, let's say he's taken 90 minutes to loot all of that. It might have taken less, but I suspect he's taken a while. I don't think I'd want to risk my 90 minutes of loot on trying to kill somebody with a knife. I don't think I'd do it. I think I'd probably run away, but to each their own, I guess. Hey D, Sean, you right, dude? fucking god. When you play for 2 hours and then turn a corner and see a player, you have an emotional response. If it rains for 2 hours and then the sun comes out, you have an emotional response too. I would agree, Pappy. The only thing is, I would say to that, is that one isn't scripted, right? Bumping into the player isn't scripted and it could happen at any time and it's random. So bumping into a player and it feeling truly random can be really precious. Feeling like it rains for 2 hours and then it stops feels like somebody wrote it to be that way, and so one feels punitive and one feels exciting. Similarly, if you play Livonia, it always rains for 2 hours, you know? Like, you're not feeling like you're getting a special moment to treasure. That happens every time you play Livonia, you know? Like, one is prescribed and punitive, one is random and joyous or not, as the case may be. One is coded in and planned, and one is really the spirit of the game. Let's go for that. The World Cup's still going, JB Stanway. The next game is on today at 9 PM UK time. It's Morocco versus France versus Morocco. I should have probably checked that barn. We may be a little close to the spawn zones, which is why I didn't bother, but it probably would have been wise, because the barns definitely do spawn stuff. I do wonder why he holds the food sometimes rather than just eating it. Paco, it's because I'm sprinting and then I eat when I've got less stamina. That's all it's about. It's about speed of travel and not really having to think. Sometimes I'll be like answering your question and not paying much attention to what I'm doing and then forget the food's in my hand because I'm streaming, right? But why eat the food when your stamina bar's full when you're looking to travel somewhere? You might as well be eating the food whilst you're regenerating stamina a little bit later. So if the food takes longer to eat than my stamina bar takes to regen, I'll eat it in bits. Like my stamina bar's full, I'll run for a while. And then when it feels like I don't study the stamina bar, but when I've run for a while, I'll then stop and I'll eat some more food, you know? John Lester, thank you very much for the follow. At the risk of repetition, Kwanzaa's red card got upgraded to a 2-match ban. You are fucking kidding me. They upgraded Kwanzaa's to a 2-match ban. Meanwhile, other people are getting suspended sentences. That's fucking insane. He deserved the red card, but what about it deserved a 2-match ban? His studs were up, well, just like other... that is nonsense. That's crazy. Fuck me dead. I don't understand. Like, how can you watch that and think, oh, he's definitely intended to do that, let's give him more, you know? Or maybe it's because it was reckless and his studs were up, but you can see his leg goes along the ball and pushes his leg up, you know? Like, it's insane, isn't it? It's fucking insane. Like, the whole thing is... Like, unfortunately, FIFA is like one great big fucking mafia, so Infantino probably isn't in any trouble. But if it was any kind of normal organisation, he'd be getting sacked. He'd be getting ousted, because it's insane what's going on. Yes, they do, Willie. We have no politics, so like certain politicians' names are already barred to save politics being brought up in the chat. Yes. That is crazy that they've upped his ban to 2 games. I find that staggering, you know, like absolutely staggering. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll certainly, Julie, assuming Klopp takes the Germany job, I'll certainly keep an eye. I won't watch every Germany game, but I'll be more interested to see how they do and what things change. I think Klopp is going to be good. He's going to be good. Somebody said this the other day, so it's not my original thought, but watch Spain get spanked and then take Guardiola so that we can have another phase of Klopp versus Guardiola, but this time at international level, you know, like Spain get beat by France, they decide to change managers, and then Guardiola takes it. They didn't upgrade it to 2 matches. Straight red cards are always 2 match bans. Isn't that what Balogun got, though? Didn't he get a straight red card? He didn't get a yellow and then another yellow, did he? Zidane taking over the French job, blimey. I always thought a red card was a 1-match ban at the World Cup, Deschamps, but maybe it is.
Adding to the FIFA fun, did you see the entire team of officials for the France game tonight are Argentinians?
I don't think it matters. Like, most of the referees the other day for the game when Argentina played were French, 6 out of 8. But that's how the World Cup is, isn't it? You know, I know there's a load of drama, and FIFA are bent as fuck in some ways. This thing with the red cards and stuff is a case in point. It's like absolute disgrace how things are going between them. There's no Heli in vanilla, dude. Except for Heli crash sites. But I don't think it makes any difference, the ref thing, Vors. Like, the other day Argentina played and 6 out of the 8 referees were French. Like, nobody was moaning about that, you know. Like, and in theory, those 6 French referees favoured Argentina massively, yet they're French, you know. So I don't think it makes any difference. I think it's kind of just like as a rule, most of the referees are all working together because they speak Argentinian, right? Like, they can't put a German referee with a Polish linesman with a I don't know, Turkish linesman and a VAR from China or something, because they all speak different languages, you know? Like, they may not all speak English very well. They need to be able to communicate properly, so they do tend to have World Cup teams, and they might be picking Argentina to do this game now because Argentina are still in it. They can't do an Argentina game, can they? You know, like, that might be the last game they get to do, because maybe after that semis will have Argentina in, the final might have Argentina in, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether they speak Portuguese or in Argentina, or whether they speak Spain. I don't know which version of the Spanish or Portuguese all of the South American countries speak. I don't. Why would I? I've never been. I don't. So what? So what? I don't know if it's Spanish or Portuguese between Brazil and Argentina and all the others. Who cares? You know, like I know it's one or the other. Yeah, I know, Mike, but someone was telling me off about it, like everyone knew what I meant. The point was the point. Apparently I missed a can of soda somewhere. I don't know where I missed it. Oh, I'm not going back. I've missed it. That makes soccer so much less popular in the USA. Well, they've just tailored the sports to certain things in the US to suit the US audience. You know, they've created their own sports and their own things that work, and then tweak them as time moves on. And that's the sports you've kind of grown up with. It's a bit like why you use Fahrenheit and not Celsius, or why Brits use stones for weight and such like. You know, it's what you've kind of become accustomed to in the environment you've grown up in. You know.
Boo, adverts. That's what I get for going away for a week, I guess.
How am I still desyncing? Fuck me. Spiffy, thank you for the resub. Joy on the barn. Certainly doing well with the food though, fuck me. Even when I'm missing cans. The more you wait to relog, the more dramatic it gets when in a gunfight. That's true, Revan, but I just am a little fearful that if I relog, I'll join a massive, great fucking queue. Better business. Would I meet a fan while in Portland? I'm about an hour away. I won't, better business. Apologies. I'm going to San Diego TwitchCon in, I know that's not near Portland, but when I go to TwitchCon, I'll be going with Miss Portland, but I'll be more than happy on the Friday. I'm going to go to TwitchCon. If anybody's there that wants to see me, I'll meet with people and stuff. That'll be fun, you know. But I'm going to Portland to spend 2 weeks with my my other half. You know, I'm not going to put myself on call to meet fans for the 2 weeks I'm there. That would be not smart for me, you know. Trying to decide where I want to go next. I think Mogilevka briefly, and then maybe on. I might go a different route. I am going to have to relog though, because the desync is still happening. I need to relog. Wally, it's nice to have a break from streaming. You know, like anything that you do, it's nice to have a little bit of a break. But no, I'll be there. I'm in a fairly. It's not an early relationship. We met in October, so it's been 9 months. But I've only actually spent 3 weeks with her in the real world right now. You know, so I'm going to be thinking about that and having a lot of fun while I'm there. You know, it's going to be great. But I've been counting down to this trip since I booked the flights, and it's been like 2.5 months. You know. Right, guys. Spiffy, thank you very much for the support. Cheers, Vors, as well before that. Thank you both. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to go and put my dinner on, I think. It's a little early, but I'm going to put my dinner on, and then we'll be back, and I'll carry on. There isn't a queue, at least, which is good. back. No, I'm not snorting cocaine. The zombies make the noises, right? The zombies make the noises. But this screen's only there while the football's on, don't worry. I have got harissa lamb meatballs with rice and peppers. Grilled peppers and shit. I wonder if this basement has internet or not. Not many houses in the UK have basements, Wally. Mine doesn't. Basements are really, really rare. Better business, yeah, it sounds good. I don't think we're going to have time to go to the Oregon coast, dude. We've already got stuff set up, but I did go to Astoria in January, and I think we might go again in October, maybe. Well, maybe not Astoria, but somewhere else, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, the weather certainly looks great at the moment over there. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And it's great here as well. The weather in there, over there, and here are fairly similar. Right, it won't be long and I'll get back in the server. I'm just going to quickly eat this. Yeah, I was just reading a little bit about that. While I had my dinner cooking, I was quite productive. I was reading a little bit about the Kwanzaa 2 red card, 2 game ban thing, and I also got the washing in before the 3 minutes 30 was up on the food, which I think is pretty impressive. Apparently, it's a standard 2 game ban if you're sent off for serious foul play, which I think is absolute bollocks, and it's pretty. It was a bad challenge, made bad because his leg rolled over the ball. So the leg rolls over the ball and then pushes his studs up into the player. He gets a 2 game ban. It's not quite the same offence as Balogun. Like Balogun's wasn't a sliding tackle where the studs connected like halfway up the dude's leg. He sort of stood on the back of his heel and then across his foot. Balogun's, I know other people disagree. I think it was a red card, but it wasn't exactly the same as Kwanzaa's. They were subtly different. But where they were similar is they were both red cards where the player being sent off was unlucky because there was clearly no intent to injure anyone going on, you know? I'm not denying it was a red card, Ian, but the meta now seems to be to give the red card and then let them play in the next game, you know? It worked for other people. I think it was an unlucky red card, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a deserved red card. Yeah, no need for a basement if we don't get tornadoes, I guess. Yeah. Good. Very good. Tinbender, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I don't know if I saw them before I went or not. Dude, that's incredibly kind. Thank you, Tinbender. And Maze Don't Play. Thank you for the 9 months. Right, we're back in the game. How's the new PC doing? Great, it's running really well, Jamie. Thank you.
Apologies for such a low dono. Just wanted to tell you, I'm a long-time viewer that was always in the background.
Oh, gee,
Love
don't
everything you
apologise for
do. It's just
donating,
wow.
dude. That's very generous. There's no obligation to do so at all. Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I like that. That was good. The harissa lamb meatballs. It was really nice. There is a convoy spawn on this road somewhere, actually, isn't there? We should check. I think a convoy can spawn on this road, so we might as well check. I'm not sure exactly where on this road, but... I think it's somewhere around this dam, so I'm not going to go too far to the right. It's somewhere around here, I think. How are you, Miss Portland, doing? Great. I think we're both very, very looking forward to me getting out there. You know, I can't wait. I can't wait to get out there. It's like it's like being a kid at Christmas. Like, there are good and bad parts to being in a long-term relationship. You know, like of the obvious being the distance is not ideal in so many ways, right? But like, we've been getting to know each other since October, and it still feels really fresh, and like you still get a butterfly feeling, and I'm pretty sure she does too, and that's great, you know. Like, well, I hope she does. But that's really good. Like, we've been knowing each other since October last year. You know, it's nearly 9 months, and it still feels really new. But it kind of is, because we've only actually seen each other for a handful of weeks. So yeah, I'm very excited. I am literally like a young kid 5 days in front of Christmas, you know. Like, looking, like counting down the days, how many sleeps till kind of thing. You think it's further to the right where the power lines go up the mountain? Alright, I'll have a look, Pillage, just to be safe. Hi Adeline, we met in when I went to TwitchCon last year, so I was in San Diego. Please tell me this is long and straight so I can see the fucking thing if it's there. It's obviously not long and straight. I think I'm kind of wasting time here, but anyway. I might go up towards Steroy instead, just because we've come this way. Sean, I've been keeping. She does play games, but I've been keeping like most information about her just kind of quiet for now, for kind of just not giving her a load of unwanted attention kind of reasons, you know.
Ah, she. No worries, my guy. Next, how did you get 360 headshot and I'll tip it. Day back
360
$1
headshot.
rock and roll. Love all your videos, solo or not.
360,
Wow.
360 no scopes, eh? With a Glock and one bullet. Seems legit. Cheers, OG. Thank you. How am I still desyncing? I fucking relogged to fix the desyncing. I'm still desyncing. What the fuck is going on? I maybe moved too quickly when I relogged, but come on, game. Well, it's a game issue, Vinicius. It happens pretty much in the game on any server. It's when you respawn or when you log in. If you start moving too quickly, it seems to just haunt you, like, indefinitely. Like, if you die and you respawn and then you run straight away, you can just be desyncing for, like, ever. Puffer jacket can take a hit. We have to have gone past where the convoy would be now, surely. Yeah, that can sometimes call it as well, Vunis. If you fall off a little rock or a tree trunk or something, sometimes it makes it worse as well. It does, yeah. If you happen to be falling off like one of the base of these trees or off a rock, and if it's just at the moment when you're putting something in your inventory or taking it out, that can desync that as well. And then you end up with something in your inventory that's in your hand, and you have to relog it. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I may have fixed the desyncing, but did I fix the desynchroning? Yeah, it seems not. OG, thanks for the second tip. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I feel like I'm going to be at the 2 tents any second, but I'm probably further up than I realised. That's why. Oh, matey earlier said it was on where the power lines are. This is where the power lines are, so I think we're... let me shit out of luck. No convoy. Oh, we must be pretty much back to where those tents are now, surely. I never really run along here, so I don't find this particular convoy spawn very often. I'm surprised I remembered there was one, to be honest, but anyway. I think we've missed it now, so I think I'm going to run up towards Mogilevka. Sorry, not Mogilevka, Staroy. I'm off out to the local to watch the England match. No, I'm going to watch it with Miss Portland. It's on at, I think the England game is it 10 PM on Saturday? I think it's 10 PM, isn't it? It's either 9 or 10, but I think it's 10. But I'm gonna watch it on Discord with Miss Portland. Yeah, Pixel, we were just talking about it. It's fucking insanity, isn't it? But there we go. Sorry, Power-Ups, I didn't see your message, but the bot removes all caps posts, so the bot done did it. There is a barn or two up here. We might even get a gun, you never know. It's 10 PM I think in the UK, Homeless. It'll be 11 PM if you're in Europe, but 10 PM in the UK. Any chance for Scar to spawn at Tissy? Nobody has said the Scar. Nobody said they found one at Tissy. Everyone that's found one has found it at a Convoy, a Heli crash, or the crates by the crash C-130s. Are the World Cup live games on YouTube? They might be in some countries, Toad, but they're not in the UK. I don't think they are. Like in America, they're on Fox and they're on terrestrial TV, like with a aerial or with a antenna. In the UK, they're all free to air on either BBC or ITV, but they're not on Sky. What is that? Oh, it's just I thought that was a player lying on the thing for a second. It's not. So, John, I was just reading about it. They give a 2-match ban for serious foul play, so it's not strictly speaking being increased. He was sent off for serious foul play, and he's been given 2 games for serious foul play. That doesn't mean I agree with it. I think it's a fucking utter nonsense, but that's the reason why. I find it staggering, you know, like the different outcomes between different things. Clearly, it was a reckless challenge, but the ball, his leg went over the ball and it pushed his leg up into the player. You know, there's mitigating circumstances for that, where you could maybe argue it could have been brought down to 1 or whatever, suspended like Balakan's, but no, obviously not. Onslaught, see the Nightbot command. We've just been talking about her a bit, but it's obviously for everyone else it's not new news, you know. Probably not going to do that riddleless, if I'm honest. don't anticipate we'll get much at this hunting stand, but there's a couple of barns over here, and barns seem to be a place to find trifles, so we'll have a look. In fact, Mr. Pillage is just saying to check it for guns as well, so yeah, that was my plan. I don't think we'll get much here, but the barns we might do. Kind of hoping Reece James will be ready to play at some point, you know. Like, I don't think having Kwanzaa at right back doesn't fill me full of confidence anyway, you know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I don't think it's that much of a pain. Like, Kwanzaa's not a right back. We can play lots of other people who aren't a right back at right back too, you know. I don't think it really hurts England too much.
Hey Paul, keep on running. If it helps, I found a guy on Experimental that had a DMR and SV98 yesterday.
TF, I had an SV98 earlier today. And then I died. And it was only chambered, but I did have one. Cheers TF Stealthy, thank you. I did kill somebody yesterday with a DMR. I was running around briefly with a DMR and an AKM. But then I died to Mr. fucking Scar. Do you know where to find guns? Mr. Pillage, on this patch, the loot economy is all over the place. So it's very different to regular. Barns seem to be pretty good. There seems to be absolutely no point doing hunting spawns and summer camps and stuff like that. Not really, unless you're somewhere near Tissy. France Morocco starts at 9 PM Acid, so 2.5 hours time. The games are a bit out of whack. They're not all the same. So today's game in the UK starts at 9. It's because of where they are in the US, obviously. But today's game starts at 9. Tomorrow's game starts at 8. I have got something bugged in there. For fuck's sake. So something in this bottom corner here is logged. Bugged. It's starting to feel warm in here, even with the aircon on. I thought there was one game a day for the next 4 games, Vilpon. I guess it might be because one of them's on the Sunday morning. So we've got 9 PM tonight, and then Friday 8 PM, and then England is on Saturday at 10 PM. That's why. So for us it's one game a day, but the Argentina-Switzerland game is at 2 AM on the Sunday morning, Saturday night. So Argentina actually play only 4 hours after England, but they are still on to the next day for us over here. What's the temp in the UK land today? It feels really humid. It feels really humid. It's not actually crazy hot right now. So it topped out today at 31-ish where I live. It's only 27 right now. So no, sorry, the high today was 32. And it's 6:30 and it's down to 27. So it'd be nice actually out for a walk right now, but it feels hot as fuck in the house. The rest of the house, aside from this room, is fucking insanely hot. Cheers, Stealthy, once again. Thank you. Have I seen the Dune 3 trailer? I've not. No, I've not seen it yet. Dune 3 trailer, I should say. Watch out, some mad lad might steal it while you're out. Well, it's installed on the wall, better business. That'd be impressive, I think. Well, it says 27 on my phone, but that's a weather forecast as such. It's not an accurate. It might be hotter than that outside. I haven't got a thermometer, you know. Man sitting in AC ain't going outside. I do go for walks every day like an idiot though. I've only been for a shorter one today because I got my hair cut. I got my hair cut earlier, so I did weights and push-ups. Then I went for a 40-ish minute walk, and then I got my hair cut. It's a good. I think it's definitely a good business to be in. Campus aircon installation for sure. It's got to be growing. I was talking about it briefly with the guy that was cutting my hair. He was thinking about buying one of those portable units. You know, they're about 300 quid, but it has to be a massive growth area. You know, like the summers in the UK, it used to be that there was aircon days maybe 6 or 7 times a year, whereas now it feels like it's for 2 or 3 months. Mostly, you might want it to sleep at night.
3.
You know. Bet your barber loved you turning up with a sweaty head after you. It wasn't too bad actually, Whacker. It wasn't too bad. I was wearing a cap, but I took it off 15 minutes before I got there. I didn't really have a sweaty head. I don't sweat very much these days. I used to sweat a lot when I was fatter, but I don't sweat so much now unless I've been drinking. Snazzing yourself up for Miss Portland. To be fair, homeless, partly, but it's hot, and I've been having it the last 7 weeks. I've had my hair cut 3 times just because having it shorter is really proving quite beneficial when I'm on the walks and stuff. Julia, thank you for the 59. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Yes, I have decent amount of hair, Danish. Damn straight. Were you wearing a TRMZ hat? I was not, no. I was wearing a freebie hat. Don't even know what it was, actually. Just one that was free.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
3 times in 7 weeks. Well, I wanted to get it cut before I went to Prague for the DayZ trip because it was going to be hot and we were doing a lot. And it doesn't go crazy quick, but if you're having a number 1 on the back and sides, that keeps it really short, you know. But 3 weeks later, it ain't really short anymore, you know. It's more like tripled in length or something, you know. It's still short. I don't need it cut from a aesthetic point of view necessarily, but it's certainly hot enough, you know. Yeah, it just helps to... It's so much nicer if it's properly short. I used to cut it myself, and I used to cut it like every 2 weeks. Are mini splits not common in the UK? They are super popular in Canada. Cold in the summer and heat for the winter. Moik, most every house in the UK is built with central heating in, like radiators, like water pumped central heating. So the heating is normally done by a boiler, like water-based heating, usually a gas boiler, sometimes an electric one, but more often a gas one. So pretty much every house is set up to retain heat, because traditionally we've had a lot of rain and been fairly cold and not had that many hot days in the summer. But nowadays the summers are a bit longer, the heat's a bit hotter, so we're probably needing aircon a bit more than we used to. Pink Fluffy Yak, thank you for the 57 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I went through a phase where I was cutting my own hair when I was still married, funnily enough, Hoffman, but I probably cared least about my appearance that I've ever cared in my life. I was the heaviest I've ever been, heavier than I was even when I started losing weight this time last year or before, like February, March last year. And I got to the point where I couldn't even be fucked to go to the barber's to cut my own hair, so I just bought some clippers and I just used to trim it. I used to have I used to kind of just put it onto a number 4 and just trim the whole thing from top to bottom. I used to just cut my own hair and that was that. Yeah, it's more often called aircon in the UK rather than AC for some reason, Internet Warrior. Yeah, I don't know why. Cheers, Pink Fluffy. Thank you for the resub, dude. Thank you. When I was a kid, it was hot in the summer and cold in the winter. Yeah, but it's consistently hotter now. We just had 2 or 3 days back-to-back that broke the all-time hottest days in June on record, John Lynn. And also June was the hottest month for June ever on record. It was hotter than when you were a kid. We don't need to have the debate as wherefore that is. It could be completely random. I don't want to talk about global warming or anything. I'm not interested in all of that shit. But it is a little hotter now than it used to be. Like in, I don't know, 2019, we had the first day where it got over 40 Celsius in the UK. Like the last 10 years have been consistently hotter than 10 years when you were a kid. What was in the slot? Nothing's in the slot. That's weird. But now it's working. That's really strange, isn't it? Like I say, One Chops, I'm not really interested in a debate as to why it's warmer, whether it's a cycle or whether it's man-made. I couldn't give a fuck. It's just hotter right now. The debate about it interested me as much as debating whether the Earth's flat or whether, I don't know, Bigfoot is real or whatever, you know. Like, I don't really care.
Have a good run, TRMZ hard. Hey guys.
No, you're missing the point, Impulse Studios. I just don't want to talk about it on the stream because it brings out a load of opinions that I can't be bothered to read and argue about. It's a bit like why I don't want to talk about gun laws or politics. Doesn't mean I'm not interested. It doesn't mean I don't have opinions, but I don't want to talk about them here because it will just lead to a load of flame wars that I can't be bothered to have, you know. There ain't nobody going to be making any massive changes to the environment in a DayZ stream. When I say I don't care, I mean I don't care to talk about it here on this stream while I'm playing DayZ and I'm already salty enough. Because people say stupid shit like Cody Elliott just did there, you see. People say stupid shit like that constantly. Gigawatts, cutting your own hair, not caring about how you look and accepting as you are, deep sign of depression, being there, broke the cycle, go the other side. To be honest, dude, it was more embarrassment not cutting my own hair. I went to the hairdressers and I'd gone from about 18 and 19 stone to 22.5 stone, and as I left I overheard the hairdressers talking about how much weight I'd put on. And to be honest, I was like, yeah, they're right, and I was embarrassed about it, so I just stopped going to the hairdressers and started cutting my own hair. I didn't lose any weight, and I may have been depressed at that time. I was a gambling addict, I was, so I probably had depression, but it was all self-inflicted, you know. Thankfully I'm out the other side of it, but I had a lot going on, and maybe I was, but it was a very simple, straightforward decision for me to stop cutting my own hair. I overheard the hairdressers talking about how fat I'd got, and I was like, fuck that, I'm not going there again. I probably shouldn't do that here. Let's go down to the steps. So why am I looting police stations anyway? Like, what's the point? Oh, I upgraded my jacket. I didn't kill those, did I? I don't think maybe I killed them and I wasn't paying... I might have done. I'm not paying any attention.
Yo, it's this one
Guy
there.
over here, bro. Yeah, out front with a gun.
So there's two and they're in void. Fuck. I may have just ruined his stab vest, which is kind of annoying. There's a lot of Zeds, isn't there? I know there are three of us here, but there are a lot of Zeds.
Sorry, not been up to my usual routine of trying to annoy you. Life's been a bit mad. Gladdened my heart to come on a find you being a true grumpy Englishman. Stay salty, it cheers me up.
No problem, it's my pleasure. He didn't have a stab vest, that's probably why he went on con then. God, to be fair, I don't know if I should be proud I killed them. You know, they were good shots, but these guys have got fuck all. Cheers, Ananab. Thank you for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I hope you never went back to that hairdresser's though.
No, I never did,
encouraged me
no.
to lose weight. I've lost 4 stone and passed my army fitness and medical tests.
GG, dude. Fair play, Azab. GG. Keep it going. That's incredibly cool, dude. Fair fucking play. No, I never did go back. That was it. I just never went back. I was living in Whittam at the time. It was one of the hairdressers there, Whittam in Essex. And when I didn't start going to a proper hairdresser's again until I moved back to where I was from originally. Or close to where I was from originally. Alright, I don't think I've got any more repeater rounds, so the repeater's out for now. I think we're just going to skedaddle. That was fun though. There's been lots of rumours about a big announcement, Thomas Rich, and presumably all of the hints seem to be that Verstappen's signing for somebody else. Honestly, if he was going anywhere, I'd expect him to be going to Mercedes, to be perfectly honest. But Mercedes may not want to because they might believe they've got Kimi Antonelli, who could be the next generation Verstappen. You know, like Verstappen's still young, but Kimi Antonelli is so much younger. You know, but I don't know. It seems a little harsh on Piastri if that's who they're replacing, because like McLaren just don't have the car this year. Piastri was properly in the title race and was probably unlucky not to win it last year. You know, it seems harsh on Piastri, but there's no doubt Verstappen's a better driver. I don't know what to miss. I've always thought if he was going to go somewhere, he'd probably go to Mercedes or maybe Ferrari, but probably Mercedes you'd expect.
Hey chat. Hi Paul. How's it going? Keep running mate. Tie for content.
Cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Hope you're good, Vince. We're doing alright. That was a good little moment. I killed a couple of dudes. Kind of cool. Cheers very much. Thanks, Vince. Frimpon's been seen wearing an Aston Villa t-shirt. Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world if he wants to leave. Frimpon's a weird player, isn't he? He's not really a right back, and he's not quite good enough to be a right winger, you know. But I don't know. It was first season. He might work out better, but he certainly doesn't seem it to me, you know. Like. It's probably better to check that barn than it is to check the fucking tents, you know? Make that make sense. No battery? No battery. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's geared. I can't take this dude on with no vest. He's more geared than I am. He's got a fucking... Oh, I'm yellow health. That sucks. That really sucks. He's got some kind of suppressed gun. He's still on the hill line, I think, but I've just got to try and get away. You know they're geared when they're firing an M79 at you. He must have looted convoys. He must have looted some pretty big boy stuff to be running around with that. He might have the scar, but I'm yellow health, and I ain't fucking chucking my life away on a might have a scar. Whatever he's just shot at me there is suppressed, so I'm guessing it's not a scar. Brave Sepul ran away. Yes! I just actually want to fight, and I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to run around the map scrapping a living, looking in barns for junk. Fuck me dead. I only just upgraded my jacket to a non-damaged one as well. I'm still waiting for the inevitable fall down dead to the one tap because I think he's gone, but he's still behind me like fucking Jason or something. He's the Halloween villain, still catching up even though he's only walking briskly. No convoy. Wimbledon and World Cup sound good to me, yeah, and the World Cup final is on the same day as the last day of the Open. So, yeah. Erling running up behind me, I fucking hope not. Oh, fuck me dead. I'm not hoping this, by the way, but I'm still kind of hoping that the bug that the Norwegians have got is going to ravage Haaland and he won't be able to start. That would be a shame. I'd rather everybody was fit, to be fair. Like we're playing. He was still following me. So that was an M79 I died to. He was still following me. Like, how the fucking way is he still following me? And why is a dude with that much gear actually there? Never mind that. But yeah, come on. There's no guarantees, but I wouldn't be surprised if that one was stream sniping. He may not be, but how long it was between probably was. He hit that epi. But even if you did hit the epi, dude, how did you know where I'd be, you know? Like, you can't track me over the hill and around a forest, you know? He like, if you predict him where I was running from when he last saw me shooting the zombies, like most anybody would predict I'd go to Shakovka. My best guess is SS. Is Muller in Norway then? Muller died to somebody, but is Muller streaming still? I thought he was riding his motorbike to Norway, or has he already made it there? Yeah, but I was over a hill and far away, Psychedelic. It wasn't just the trees. Like, I don't buy that was tracking, because there was nothing to track. After killing the zombies and I was running one way, I went completely another way. I don't buy that I was tracked there. I could have been, but I think the chances are less. If you'd said, I don't even think 50-50. I think it's maybe 70-30 chances that he's watching the stream. Oh, I ain't in the mood. No chats for you today, thanks. Just collect our counter spy and run. I don't buy that, working class. Even that, he read your mind, banked you, checked the convoy, and then tried to cut you off afterwards. I don't buy that, dude. Like, the chances of working that out and being right, they're still less than the chances of him watching the stream. Especially when you factor in that when I play on Experimental, I get stream sniped a lot more because I'm on Experimental and it's easy to do. Just one of those things, dude. Oh my god. Not touching the game. Not touching the keyboard, I'm not touching the mouse. Fuck me. I do. It's just something that happens, but if I play Experimental, I'm going to get stream snipe more.
Impressive. You don't care for electro either? Do you even have a mic?
No.
What?
No.
You know what I had to do otherwise, right?
No. Hey bro, I don't speak English very well. Can you speak more slowly? I've got my own cadence, sus. Like, I speak at the rhythm that's comfortable for me. I can't really change it. Sorry, dude. I think I understand English speakers can talk a bit quick, so I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but I've got a natural way of speaking and a way of flowing that works for the stream. Am I going to team up? Honestly, looking at the way,
Quiet walks from the beaches.
looking at the way he's running, I think not. No.
Wise words.
I want you to take a long walk off a short pier.
I mean, is there one close by?
No.
Sound angry.
No. Why is he going this way? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Fuck. I can't believe I just died like that to a fucking M79. What did I have that was worth taking? I don't think there was a hacker there, Psychedelic. I don't think that. I don't think that was a hacker. There's another dude. There's no way of knowing. My best guess is it was probably a stream sniper, to be honest, but hard to say for sure. Fuck me, we've just ran from Electro spawn to where everybody spawned in Cami.
Hey, how you doing?
Yo.
Yeah, I think we're going to just mooch away from there, thank you. Paul, your fan is on your mic. My mic is picking something up. It's not, it shouldn't be, but it is picking something up, you're right. It is picking something up. It's not my fan. Because I've just turned the aircon off, but yeah, there is some ambient noise there. I don't really know. That's weird. Oh, it's just the game. There's no fan noise. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong bar. When I don't talk, nothing's being picked up by the mic, so it's just in game. I was just looking at the wrong bar, being a prick. So yeah, the mic's not making any noise unless I talk. Anybody know why Experimental would just keep crashing when I launched? Reg, I've no clue, dude. I had that the other week and then my PC completely died, but it was on regular DayZ, not Experimental, but I hope you get it sorted. All you could try doing is uninstalling Experimental and reinstalling it, verifying your game files, stuff like that, you know, regular stuff. You could delete the Experimental config folder and make it populate a new one, things like that might work. Judas, I wouldn't say that the last death there, I don't think that was content for me, dude. I don't think it was content to spend, like, let's say 90 minutes trying to collect gear and then losing it all. That doesn't feel like content for me. It feels like I've been robbed of an adventure that I was on where I'd got 2 really good kills against players and now I've got to start from scratch again. Talking about another streamer, I get it. It's all good. Thank you. Cheers, both. It's all good. What the fuck is going on? I really hope they can get some fucking... like... oh my god. Dead. Do you ever share server details with other streamers, but not intentionally try to meet up with them just to keep a potential meet up or connect? Shrim, I never tell anyone what server I'm going on from one day to the next, unless it's a Discord team up. So no, I don't. I don't really like. Once upon a time, I was asked. I'm not going to say the name of the person, but once upon a time, somebody said, would you like to try and arrange like an organic meetup in the server? Once ever I've had this message. We could meet and have a VoIP adventure, but like make sure we play on the same one. And I said no, you know, I've never wanted to do anything like that. So no, I don't. But a lot of people are like, if there's like a, let's just say, for example, when Dear Isle has its update and everyone's trying to do the Dear Isle quest, most people are on the same server. A lot of streamers play on the same first-person servers, so that it's pretty obvious that people are going to be on similar servers. If, I don't know, a new map comes out tomorrow, it might be that if people enjoy first-person and mostly vanilla, then they're going to be on the same server, you know? Fucking hell am I going? This rain is insane. Right, that's the Convoy road. That's what I was trying to get to, was the road where the convoy could be on. Looks like no convoy. That sucks. Lots of people have found the scar, dude. Not so much me, though. I found a lot of respawns. Cheers, Achilles. Thank you. I think Happy Bums found one on a crate at the airfield. Holly found one on the first day but died before she got to use it. Joe, my birthday is on the... Oh, I'd have got the knife out, I might have got it. 21st of July is my birthday, dude. There's a video, I think it's unedited Psychedelic, of me exploring the power plant at Pripyat, yeah. I played it a bit. Pripyat is a huge map. The spawns felt a little bit... Everyone spawns in the same route, but I did go around the actual Chernobyl and explore it a little bit. It was kind of fun. Holly's an amazing player, but finding the scar is more about luck. I think Sour got one, but I think somebody left it for him in the game. Either accidentally or because he was streaming, who knows, but and neither does Sal. That's not me calling him out, but it just can happen, right? But like if you find a scar or you don't, there's a lot of luck involved in that. However, using the scar or whatever happens thereafter, and Holly's brilliant, she's absolutely immense at PvP. But if you know the map and you know where the convoys are, finding a convoy is much more to do with luck of there one being at the convoy when you go there, you know. Oh god, these fucking earplugs are calling my nut in. Working class hero, when I've been to the airfield there's been people shooting around the crates, so I've tried it a couple of times yesterday. It wasn't possible to really loot some of them. Apparently the devs have said on Slaught that the desert scar will spawn on Badlands and the black scar will spawn on Sakal. That's kind of what they're saying. Yeah, I think that's more likely, Hustle, but there's no way to know for sure, you know. I'm just drinking a lot here because I think I'm going to run back to where I died. It's not a million miles away. My loot should still be there. I don't know what the guy will have taken, but he won't need the guns, will he? Oh, that'll do. Do you think the new map will have sandstorms? I'm sure it will, yeah. I think during the middle of the day when the sun's at its strongest, you're going to struggle, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be sandstorms too. Fuck me, that was loud as hell. Hideo, I don't really want to play on an empty Sakal server, because then I really am going to get stream sniped. On Experimental a few patches ago, there's a video of me playing. I was playing on an Experimental server and there were 7 people on it, and I had fights at the airfield all day. So when I say Experimental causes more stream sniping, it ain't a lie. Like, I can't remember what video it is, it's a while ago now, but I got like, I think there's something like 8 kills in the video, and there was never more than about 4 or 5 people in the server at any one time, yet they all were finding me to shoot me, you know. So yeah, it's... But so I suppose if I go on Sakal, I probably will still bump into people, but it will all be kind of fake, you know. Oh fuck me, I've gone way wrong there. I need to go this way. Any idea what the purpose of rebuilding structures in Badlands? They're going to be doing barricading of some of the buildings, so you can make a little base out of one of the buildings. So, you know, when you stand next to a base wall right now, you can open your inventory and you can see, like you could add nails, or you could finish off the base from the inside. Some of the little single-story buildings that you go into have got that for you to brick up the windows and to block out the door and things like that. So that's what it's about, which was my prediction beforehand as well. I thought they'd do barricading. Sunscreen causes cancer. Fuck me dead. Yes, whereas going out in the full sun all day definitely isn't linked with skin cancer in the slightest. Fuck me. Yeah, Z-Rams, no bueno. No, I think I just got killed by a stream sniper who would... I could be wrong, but my guess is likely. But I got tracked through a forest rather well and killed by an M79 grenade launcher. How will that building system work? Within a few months everything will be built. Well, it's not every building has it, Trippy, so let's say you've got like a little courtyard and there's 3 buildings on each corner. Only one of them has the facility to brick it over, not all of them do. So let's say you find 10 little single-storey buildings. Of those 10, 2 or 3 might have the ability to be barricaded. And I'm sure that they'll be easier to break down than a regular base wall, because it's going to be easier to base up. So I'm sure it'll be less hard to break in than a regular base will be. Jeff, it doesn't really bother me. I understand there's differences. It bothers me when people try to correct me, but I understand how people feel differently from where they're from. I'm not entirely sure. I might need to go back to the stream to see where I died, or check the last kill, the last death video. But I checked the convoy and then I ran parallel left and I died close to the edge, so I think I can find it, but I'm not 100% sure. Mbappe and Dembele both to score. Dembele seems more of a streaky player though. Like, Dembele's amazing, but I don't know, like, he seems to, like, I've got no stats to back this up, it's just a thought, but it seems to me like Dembele's the sort of dude that will score 2 in one game and then not score for 3 games, you know.
TRMZ greetings from Slovakia. What do you think? Is the SCAR better than M4? Because I think the M4 is still the best AR in the game.
Well, the SCAR probably compares more to the DMR and the FAL anyway, I would guess, but I don't know, I've not had a SCAR, so I don't know, Miroslav. I've no clue at the moment because I've not had one. The learning curve has always been rough for new players, Mr. Ruby, whether you start now or whether you started in 2014. The game's always been rough to start, so if you're not prepared to give it 50 hours or more before you really start getting some kind of steer for what you're doing, it's not the game for you. DayZ's always had a rough start and likely always will. But it's not a bad time to be getting the game. I believe it's in the Steam summer sale right now as well, so that's not bad too, you know. I don't know about the M4Z RAM. Somebody was saying earlier that they were getting an M4 kept jamming and it was worn. Steam summer sale is over, is it? Oh, well, you just missed out on the sale then. Right, so this is where the convoy would be, and I turned left, and I ran quite a long way before I died. Can someone do the last death command on Twitch for us? Cheers, Kempus, dude. The bug that the Norwegians have got is going to ravage Haaland. I'd rather... Oh, that's cool. It puts up subtitles. Okay. Still following me. Kind of the Norwegians have got is going to ravage Haaland and he won't be able to... Okay, just a bit up a slope, kind of up a hill. I can't show you that because I haven't got display capture set up since I set up the new PC, but that's fine. So, I was kind of going up a bit of a hill. Just past some trees. I don't think it was this hill. It might have been, but I thought I'd gone further than that. Dude's barely fucking looted me. Because he didn't need to, he was so geared already. Right, let's go. Now I need to find some food. Repairing the clothes will help with the temperature, but I don't see much point right now. The heat pack is going to do it for me for now. And I just need to get some food. I probably didn't even need to warm up right now because whilst I'm starving, it probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference really. It means I'm not shivering, I suppose, but I'm already starving, so I'm already red flashing hungry. Being cold can't make me more hungry, you know. Trees, nothing. I'm really struggling today. I've got these earplugs in, which I do think these earplugs are helping a little bit with the tinnitus that I get. But for whatever reason, one of them is fucking doing my nut in. It feels like I've got a bug crawling around in my ear the whole time. I feel like I'm getting Wrath of Khan. You'd try and catch a fishy, would you? Oh, well, if I get desperate, I'll try and catch a fishy. Yeah, there are animals. There are, yeah, there's quite a few goats and sheep and whatnot, yep. You do sometimes get animals in this field just the other side of here, so we'll have a look in a sec. There's a hunting spawn here too, we might just check that. Does the desperation start? I'll be more desperate when I go to yellow health. I am white with a gap already, but I feel like I've got quite a long time before I go to yellow. And Polana's nearby, so I'm just going to go up towards Polana and have a check around there. If I go yellow, I'll probably get more desperate and I'll fish, but right now I've got plenty of time. I think I just heard a chicken. Maybe just... I thought I heard the cluck of a chicken. Yeah, you need to favour light insulation clothes, ZRAMs, yeah, because you're permanently yellow. Just took this earplug out again. .4 Joel. I've not noticed it at all until today. I've had them on for 4 days, but it could well be. I want to check that field to my left. There's often sheep or goats and stuff in that field. I can't get high enough. You're sweating your nads off, are you, Phil? Dude, yeah, it's plenty warm enough. Can't stand earplugs or earbuds. Yeah, I can see. I certainly, I'm finding them a little bit weird to adapt to, but my ear ringing is... I've done two things at once, though. I've changed the equalisation of the game using software, so I can hopefully make some frequencies a little bit quieter, maybe. I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I've just copied someone else's settings. But I've also started using these earplugs, and my ear ringing, considering what day is Thursday? I've streamed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, right? My ear ringing is way better than it would normally be after 4 streams in 5 days, by like miles, you know. So it's definitely helping, and getting used to some annoying earplugs is definitely better than getting used to tinnitus, which never goes away. If I don't do something about it. zombie spawns are really high. Like, we're only just getting into the town. Probably just as well, isn't it? Yeah, I'm wearing headphones over loop. Yeah, that's right. So I'm listening to the game with headphones, but I'm wearing something underneath them that slightly changes what I hear. And certainly adjusts the frequencies of what I'm able to hear just a smidge, which might help with removing the tinnitus. D-Sean, who's been watching the stream quite a bit today, recommended these ones, and he uses them while he's DJing, and I'm not sure they're really right, but I've been using them since Sunday? No, they came. I've been using them since Friday last week, I think, and everything seems a bit better. So my tinnitus right now, for the amount of streams I've done, is way better than it would normally be. JB Stanway, DayZ doesn't have a 5.1 channel surround sound chat, so you can only fake it. Like, DayZ only has 2 channel audio, so there really isn't a 5 channel surround soundtrack for the game. I've not got any pseudo surround on, by the way. I had it on for one stream and I turned it off because it was doing weird things to the VoIP. I couldn't hear other players very well, so I turned it off. Well, I can actually hear better than before, Lapappy, because my tinnitus was getting so bad. I was running the game volume ridiculously low, so I've got the earplugs in. I have actually, it sounds counterintuitive, but I put earplugs in and I've turned the volume up a smidge. But I can hear better. What the fuck did that hit? I can hear better now than I could before. I'm hearing steps way better now than I have done for ages, so I'm actually getting a bit of best of both worlds, it seems. The Pappy, of course they are, but they're designed to allow. They're specifically designed for like going to concerts and things. So they're not plugging your ears; they're reducing the volume as such, and they also change frequencies a little bit too. So they're designed for like going to a music festival, so you can still listen to the music, but not end up with ear ringing. You know, that's the kind of thing they're for. But yeah, they seem to be working, and I'm hearing steps better. Like, effectively, it sounds weird. I put earplugs in and I've turned the volume up a bit, but overall, that's helped. Because tinnitus isn't caused by just loud noises, it's caused by specific frequencies, right? So if I'm able to hear footsteps in the game reasonably well, but the frequencies, and I think for me it's a lot of the oppressive noises in the game, like rain in the background and such like. I think it's your own player's footsteps maybe. But whatever, it seems to be working thus far. It's actually my best gun at the moment, this macro. I possibly shouldn't be shooting Zeds with it, but My wife keeps pointing out that you say tinnitus wrong. No, you're probably from America, where you say tinnitus. In the UK, we say tinnitus. So yeah, it's just an accent thing. It's not wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong for calling it tinnitus. You can take your vitamins and you have your tinnitus, well, I'll have my vitamins and tinnitus. My doctor says it the same way you do. Oh, you're in America land.
Enjoy your trip over. Going to miss you.
Calispera, thank you. I cannot wait. It does mean there's no video this weekend, and depending on how the case packing and stuff goes, I might be streaming like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. There might still be 4 streams left, when normally I'd be off Friday and Saturday, probably. Certainly I'll be off Saturday, but yeah, I think there might be extra streams. I'll get extra cranky in the meantime, but depends how my packing goes on Saturday. If I get everything done, I might be off. I might not be off. If I don't get everything done, I might need to be off to prepare. We'll see how it goes, but I've got the washing done today, which helps on my quest for making everything packed on Saturday. Well, I'm thoroughly bored of looting here. I think it's time to move on. We do need more food, but I can't be bothered to look. If we head towards Gorka, I'll maybe hear an animal or there's several places where you get animals. Booked it, packed it, fucked off. This is Pilana, yeah, this is Pilana, if people are wondering. I don't actually visit Pilana crazily lots, but I've been here a few times lately because the loot's weird. Maniraptor I've not, no. So I've been getting tinnitus. I've got really, really good headphones that I don't really want to not use. So I'm trying different techniques right now. So about a week or so ago, I downloaded some software to change the EQ of the game a little bit, or the audio in general a little bit. And I've got these plugs and I'm trying those, you know. I don't really want to change to some Bone headphones unless I have to, because I've got like really crazily good hi-fi open-backed headphones, you know, which I should be able to use. Do I ever worry about microplastics in DayZ? Oh, it keeps me up at night, dude. It keeps me up at night, it does. That's jolly nice of you, love. Thank you. So the headphones I've got are Sennheiser HD 800Ss, which are crazy expensive. I've had them a number of years though, so they're a lot more money now than they were when even I got them. Cheers, Kalispara. Noltel, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. Good luck in Miami. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it goes okay, dude. Thank you. They're open back, Koyo. Tundrus, we were just talking about him. Yeah, seem to be helping. Fucking around with one of them now though, because one of them's giving me a bit of a pain in the ass right now. A pain in the ear more like. Did I get your DM about Save Us yet? I haven't seen it, Art of Schwar. I don't know where it came to, but if it's on Insta, I haven't really been on Insta much since yesterday. I will have got it though, I haven't seen it though. Cheers Judas, have a good one dude. Oligarch, I've been struggling with it for 2 or 3 years. I'm sorry about yours, dude, but yeah, I've kind of got used to it to some extent. But still, you have good days and bad days with it, you know. So I'm just trying not to aggravate it any further. Can't use the CR527 with the 2x scope because I don't have a battery in the scope. Favourite ice cream? My favourite ever is when I've been in Italy and I've had like black cherry gelato. I absolutely fucking adore it. In the UK, I do quite like proper vanilla, like proper really good vanilla from like made like with cream kind of, but like with vanilla pods in it and whatnot. But I really like things like mint choc chip, to be honest. I quite like mint. My favourite is like ever is black cherry gelato though. It's fucking delightful. Oligarch, you can't turn down the ambient noise. That's the thing. I have given the devs the feedback on it. You can't turn down just ambient noise in the game. Like, that's exactly what causes it. But if you try to turn down the game, you turn down the footsteps. Yeah, Cornish vanilla ice cream is great, D-Sean, yeah. But I'm using some equalisation at the moment to just try and help so I can still hear the steps but not be deafened a bit. We'll see how it goes. But I do quite like praline as well, Sam. Praline's good. I like praline as a flavour in general. It's great. I had some really good ice cream from America Land when I was there last time. I can't remember what fucking flavour it was, but it was the ice cream place that is a little bit south on the coast. It actually make it close. It was somewhere to the south of Portland, on the way towards Astoria. There's a load of ice cream it's made in that area, and it's kind of famous. And I can't remember what it was even called, but it was very good. Miss Portland has got a memory. I can't even remember what flavour it was, but I know I liked it. That's what I'm using, Crawford. I'm using the Steel Series sonar software. Yeah. Tillamook. That's exactly what it was. I got some Tillamook. I cannot remember the flavour I bought, but I know I liked it. It was very creamy, actually. Tillamook Creamery. Yeah, it was very creamy. It tasted great. Go and get me some more of that next week, I think. How long am I in the States? Wait, I take off on the 14th and I land back here on the 29th. But I'm landing on the Tuesday and taking off on the Tuesday, but the flight's overnight. So I'm effectively going to be missing streams for 15 days. I think my first stream back will be the 30th of July. I haven't seen what happens when you Google Haaland, man like Bogdan, no. Greek, I'm going to Portland area because that's where my other half lives. So we are going to Seattle as well. So we're going to Seattle for the weekend and one or two other places too. We're going to go and see some of her family. I'm not flying first class. I am flying business working, but I'm not paying for the ticket. I used a 2-for-1 voucher and upgraded, so I've got the tickets on a good price. I have, because I've got a girlfriend that lives in America. I've got credit cards that earn me points and accrue 2-for-1 vouchers and things, so that I can make the flights cheaper. So. Yeah, I'm paying about £500 for business class return, which is very good. Unfortunately, when I go in October, I'm having to pay face value because I'm out of vouchers and I was out of points at the time. So, yeah. At the moment, I've not booked that business class, strangely enough. Meeting her family. Sure. Ananab, I've got holiday travel insurance. I bought a policy. Travel insurance isn't actually very expensive, but I've got travel insurance that lasts for a year. And it certainly covers America and Prague because I got it to cover both for the same thing. Travel insurance ain't very expensive though. I didn't get the cheapest, but I think it covers up to something like 15 million for health. But the reality is, like, unless I do something stupid, I'm going to be fine, aren't I? Unless I fall over and break my leg or something, I think I'll be okay. I think it's going to take more than a tub of ice cream to transform more than a year's worth of effort, Bronco, if I'm honest. I can really hardly see these. Oh, the looting police stations is dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit, I tell thee. It's not the colour I like, but it's still better with those trousers, isn't it? Let's go with it. Prefer the dark blue one, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess. I don't think I can be fucked with looting anymore. I think we're just going to crack on. I could do with some more food, to be fair, but I don't know if I can be spooked. Oligarch, thank you very, very much for the gifted subs, by the way. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the gifted subs and your own gift. And another one as well, to Lapappy as well. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Cheers for gifting Lapappy and another 4 on top. Thank you. Which, my favourite jacket pretty much in the game drawer is the blue bomber jacket that's the darker blue version of this. It's just always been... I like blue. I'm a bit of a sucker IRL for blue and green pretty much. And like most everyone, I guess. But anyway, I like blue and green. I think the bomber jacket has 4 more slots over the down jacket, but the down jacket is a bit warmer. But I don't really give a shit about any of those facts. I just like the look of the bomber jacket more. Hey Paul, I was the guy that got you at Tricresta earlier. Lunatic, that's good, isn't it? Like, you haven't posted in the chat since 2025, and your first post for more than a year is knowing that you killed me. That's quite impressive, you know? GG. Doesn't look dodgy at all. To be fair, I don't think he was watching the stream because he wouldn't have let me try and shoot him in the back and then miss, but it still looks dodgy is the point. Yeah, I'm not surprised, LePappy. I am a bit of a sucker for both. I'm finding myself liking red a lot lately as well. Like, I don't wear red very much. Like, I'm not going to be wearing loads of red t-shirts, but I bought a couple of Gant t-shirts that are kind of dark red or burgundy kind of colour, and I am kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of getting it. Lunatic, but how did you know it was me? That's my point. Like, the question that Rhubarb asked, how did you know you killed me? It was like 3 hours ago and we didn't speak. So how did you know you killed me? That seems like a fair question. Like, how did you know it was me you bumped into? So, I've been streaming 6 hours and 40 minutes, and after you finished your gameplay, you came to my stream and you didn't start watching live. You went back through the whole stream to see if I bumped into you. And you think that sounds legit. You think, like, you came in and after you'd played, you went back through my whole stream to see if I died there in case you'd met me. To be fair, if you're watching on YouTube, there is a bit of a delay, so the shotting back thing is actually possible. So someone that hasn't talked in the stream for more than a year, so you don't chat in the stream, but then you bump into me on Experimental and you happen to pop in that day and then go back in case you bumped into me on Experimental and realise that you did, and then that's the first time you've chatted for more than a year and you think that sounds plausible. I could say the same though, you're accusing me of stream sniping. Well, forgive me for, like, how can you possibly know you bumped into me if you weren't, dude? I don't buy that you came into the stream and then went back earlier in case you bumped into me, you know? How many times have you done that? Have you done that every day for the last month, or is it just today, you know? You've got oceanside property in Arizona to sell me. Thank you, Redline. Sounds legit. I need a wee, I know that much. I've heard that the beachfronts in Arizona are particularly beautiful. I don't even know why I'm checking that. Nookie, thank you for the 4 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Denzel, that's proof. I agree. Master, don't keep dragging it up, dude. It was a good shot, by the way, Lunatical. It was a good shot, but I ain't being funny. You ain't talked for a year, and suddenly the day you kill me is the day you come into the stream and then go back through the entire stream just in case maybe you killed me, realise you did, and then have to tell me about it. That seems much less plausible than you knew at the time and you were watching on YouTube. Whether you were or you weren't is irrelevant, but you're the one that's coming in telling me you know, so that's on you to understand. And beyond that, I don't really care. You actually fired really well. I missed my shot. You hit your shot. GG. It was a great shot. Not sure why Paul is so hung up on this. Tom, I'll tell you why. It's because I'm not really hung up on it. I'm just sort of telling the truth. You know, I'm not particularly hung up on it. But when somebody comes in and tells me they killed me 3 hours ago and they haven't talked for a year, it stands out as being bullshit, dude. That's fairly straightforward. Forgive me for not just going, oh, fair play, well done, yeah. See you next year when you randomly bump into me and we've not spoken between, you know, like that seems weird, doesn't it? You know, of course I'm going to call it out. Who cares? Where to next? Maybe Barnes. Maybe this way. Oh, in fact, let's quickly check, see if there's a convoy at Starry, perhaps. Sounds like you're upset about him not talking to you for a year. Not really, John. It just doesn't add up, you know. Like there's a lot of streamers on Twitch, and if you were a regular viewer, you could almost buy it but the day that they come in is the day that they happen to go back and check to see if I was there, when they see if they killed me or not, and then type. Yeah, sorry, I like probability. You know. Yeah, Tomty, there is more of a delay though if you're watching on YouTube, you know, which could maybe explain a little bit, yeah. Anyway, I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't need to go all the way to Starry. The convoy will be able to see from the hill just in front. If it's there. Yes, Cody, I know people watching but not talking is a real thing. I'm not diminishing lurkers. But if you've chosen to lurk for a year and only turn up and talk when you killed me 3 or 4 hours ago, I'm going to call you out for bullshit, dude. Because That's not likely. It's far more likely that you haven't talked for a year, you killed me knowingly at the time, than you happen to go and work it out later. That's bullshit, dude. So let's move on. Take your whataboutism and stick it right up your ass. I need a wee. I'm gonna go for a piss once I've just double checked for the convoy. Well, I can't help it when people are saying stupid shit that I want to reply to, Prescarable, you know, it happens. Any food you're excited to have in America land? Ramen, definitely. Chilaquiles, definitely. Beyond that, there's a few things, but we'll see. But those two stand out at the moment, for sure. I've been to New York. I didn't go there, dude. No, I've been to New York. I went to Cat's Deli. That was pretty good. Never seen someone cope this hard. Yes, Cody. Yes. Forgive my ignorance, but isn't ramen basically just super noodles? No. No, it's not. It's noodles, but it's not like super noodles. No, the flavour of the broth is insane. It's got a really large amount of depth of flavour. You don't get like proper cuts of meat in super noodles, do you? You know, like super noodles don't have. Super noodles, like the chicken and mushroom super noodle, doesn't even have chicken in it. You know, it's vegetarian, it's vegan, it's soy, and there's no chicken in it. I might be wrong there, actually. It might have a bit of chicken flavour in the gravy. But several of the ones that are meant to have meat in, like the chow mein one, I think is actually vegan. I think the chicken and mushroom one might have a chicken flavouring in it. But anyway, none of it's got meat in it, it's all soy. So no, that it's not quite the same, no. I heard an animal. Now I don't hear the animal. Tom, ramen. I like. Well, pho's good too, but I've not had loads and loads of either. But the ramen I had when we were in Geneva was fucking amazing. I want that again. That was my first time having proper ramen in a... Well, mate, I might have had it when I was in London years ago, Kyle, but didn't really know what to order and probably picked badly. But Miss Portland actually knows what she's doing, and she seemed to understand what I'd likely like, and so recommended one, and it was great. It was spicy and all full of unctuous pork. Very good. Yes, Johan, that's exactly what I'm doing, yes. Are there no good Japanese ramen places in the area? Durgo, I live in Suffolk. It's a rural area, so if I want to go to somewhere that's more of a... Like, if you're in a big city, everywhere in Europe, there's world food, right? If you go to a big city, like if you're in London or Manchester or Birmingham or many other cities, you can get food from all different places in the UK. But if you're in a rural area, your choices are much more diminished, you know. Around where I am, it's mostly... Like, there's a lot of Indian takeaways, there's Chinese takeaways, traditional fish and chips, and then pizza places and whatnot, but there isn't a ramen place or a Japanese restaurant within probably 20 miles of where I live, you know. It's a much smaller catchment, so world food is more of a city-type environment, I'd say. I don't know about Ipswich. I've not been to one in Norwich, Tomty, but I don't go to Ipswich hardly at all. I occasionally go to Norwich, but there's one or two places I go to in Norwich that I like, you know. Like, I wouldn't drive to Norwich just for a meal. Norwich is like a 2-hour drive, you know. I wouldn't drive that far just to have dinner, especially not if I'm going somewhere I want to have dinner. I might want to have a couple of glasses of wine or something, you know, like maybe. So I'd rather go somewhere I can not drive. Or like if I'm in London, it's quicker for me to go to London for a night out than it is to go to Norwich. I'm intending to watch the France-Morocco game real, Blight, yeah, hopefully. Ipswich is a bit of a dump. Apologies if you're from there. Ipswich is a strange place. There's parts of the town centre that are alright, and there's parts of the town centre still around the high street that, yeah, rough. There's not really any sushi restaurants near me either, Anderson. When I've been to a big city, I've never really fancied it. I think I probably like it. I don't go a bundle on seafood, but sushi is a little bit different, and like Japanese cooking in general is very kind of precise and surgical. I think I'd probably like it, but I've never really... Like, if I've been to London and I'm having a night out, I've tended to go to somewhere else. I wouldn't seek out a sushi place, you know. I was hoping maybe the Convoy might be here, but no Convoy. I live in Suffolk, AOG. Durfies, we have our own packaging rules, but it's not really an ABC thing, but there are rules, and there's everything in the supermarket has got like 5 little markers for different things, like calorie content, fat content, salt content, and 2 others. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what they are, but they're colour coded, so you get like a green, amber, red thing for different ingredients in the food. I think there has to be a chance of a Stadvest in Grashino. We're a long way from the spawn town, so we might as well check it. I ought to check that barn as well. I think I know. I probably won't die, but I might do. I need to go for a wee. I'll be back in a sec. lost a fucking air plug. Aha, I found an earplug. It must have fallen out when I took my headphones off. Well, I'm not quite in a field, shotgun. I'm in a bush in a field. So up your bum. Oh, dear me. I might as well keep the pristine one. I'm not going to shoot it much, am I? But might as well keep the pristine one, I suppose. Don't think I want the repeater. I don't even understand the question, but yes. Je ne comprends pas. Cheers, Big Hairy Spider, Mayak, Lou OG, thank you very much for the support as well. Cold and wet for this long and not gotten sick. That's not normal. They must have tweaked the way sickness works in the server. Sears level, dude, you don't understand the game well enough. You were saying the same thing yesterday. I'm on an official experimental server and it's not been changed. However, my blood is full, my health is full, so my chance of getting a cold is lower, and I understand the game. You need to play it a bit more, and you need to understand what it's like when, like with regards to the immune system and your chances. If I got shot right now, or if I got hit by a zombie a few times, my chances of getting a cold would be much, much higher. But that's the second time I've seen you rolling out your nonsense, and it's not any different, dude. Yesterday you were saying the same thing. Because I had a cold, you said I should have fallen down dead. I had a fucking cold. It did go to flu, but it was still only flu. I think you don't know the game very well. Sorry, dude, but there we are. Because I'm yellow hungry, it does increase the chance of me getting a cold a little bit. Spent an hour at Convoy spawn, killed 3 players that were just logging in, logging out at trees to check for the convoy. If that's all over the map, no wonder they're hard to... Yeah, well, hopefully that isn't happening all over the map, but I could see why it might be a technique, you know? I can see why people might do it. I'm speaking from experience of more hours in the game than you have. Alright, Sears level. I'm sure you do have more hours than I have, yes. But you're wrong about this, so the hours haven't done you any good. Ah. Oops. Where are you going? Come back. You think they're organising a day in which they all try to get under your skin? No, it's just every day, Pascarable. Ah, Big Hairy Spider. I didn't actually know who's fighting who. I don't know who Whack and Prenga are, if I'm honest, Big Hairy Spider. I honestly don't know who either of them are, but I should imagine they've both been laid out to win those fights. Otherwise, I'd be a shock if they don't, but... It's a really weird time with the heavyweight division at the moment, isn't it? With the... With oh fuck me dead. With Usyk giving up the belts, it's kind of open. Did I die of a cold? Yeah, probably. Redline, I guess that answers your question. Am I stopping for the football? I'm stopping now. Yeah, fuck me dead. That sucks. He mustn't have been camping the well. He must have only just shown up. But yeah, the experimental is kind of tricky for me to play at the moment, I think. Like, let's see. And it's got 40, just over 40 players in the server right now, which is not low. So there are still players in, but yeah, I feel like I've been shot a few times today by people watching the stream. That may not have been one, by the way. That could have been legit. But I feel like the dude with the M79's probably killed me more than once today, to be honest. Big Hairy, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Miak, thank you as well. Did I just start sneezing as well? That's cool, isn't it? God, this... Yeah, they must have changed something on the server, you know. I've never been cold for this long. But Big Hairy Spider, thank you for the 17. Neo Queen, thank you for the follow. Right, that's it for today, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm probably going to do more experimental and moan about the loot all day. It's going to be amazing. I love it. I might not. I might do regular. I'm not sure. We'll see. Take it easy, guys. Have a good rest of the day. I'm going to call it there, and I'll be back again on the morrow. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.